We are red. Red is on. Welcome to the December 5 Selectmen's meeting. I would like everybody to join me in pledging allegiance to the flag. Good flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Selectman Scanlon is detained in the short term, and I'll chair the meeting to get us rolling.
He's not in the restroom.
He
No,
wasn't under arrest, was he?
no, he didn't say anything about police. I know we have an agenda, but I'd like to turn the floor over to Catherine. She has some information to give.
So I just wanted to report to you on the trip that Judy and I took to Concord yesterday morning. We went down to receive the Land and Community Heritage Investment Program grant that we were awarded for $19,350. It is a matching grant, but still, it's great, and it will, let me see, that grant is going to help us pay for a study that will tell us how to preserve this building.
Nice.
And Tilton was the only community to receive the planning grant. But I also want to say that we wouldn't have gotten the grant if our town administrator hadn't taken the initiative and wrote it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
So-
Jeannie.
Yay,
Very
Judy!
nice. Very nice.
We wouldn't have, I wouldn't have been able to write the grant if the selectmen hadn't said yes. There you go.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, you.
I have a question about the matching part of it. Can we do things like repoint the side of the building as part of
No.
the match, or
This
what do we have to do?
this money, as I understand it, is to like get an engineering study or an architect or somebody to come and assess the building for need. You
Okay.
know, the repointing, the, new windows, roof, et cetera, the structure of the building. And then that'll give us a plan to move forward and fix. So whatever we spend, they will match, up to, what is it, 19,000? Yeah, it was very nice. It was a room full of people.
Nice, and thank you very much. That's excellent. Okay, first thing on our agenda tonight is the approval of the minutes of November 7th and November 14th. Let's move November 7th to the floor.
Top of page 2. Did the chief actually say the patrols downtown have been issuing tickets? I'll have to check to see. So we could how many parking tickets we've issued. So we have them on one hand.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of November 7th, 2019 as corrected, amended. Is there any other discussion?
Just a correction, Mr. Chairman, on the first page, under the paragraph with Jim Cropsey, second line, it should be state stream crossing.
Instead of states.
That's really good. Good catch.
You got past Catherine?
Got past all of
Wow,
us.
the wordsmith.
Okay, with that correction, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Move the minutes of November 14th to the floor. I saw those wreaths that were delivered from Hardy's greenhouse, and they make a fine wreath.
They look beautiful on the town hall, don't they?
Indeed.
On page 1, 2020 administrative budget review, the Selectman Dawson amended the motion to 800. It's not 800 per parade. And above it says, second by Scan set a budget for candy of $500 per parade. My motion was to reduce the amount.
To 400, which is a
To
total of
800.
800.
I don't think that that was too, we have,
No, that was my intent, was to
That was
reduce
the
the
way I got it.
budget for candy to $800.
Yeah.
That's
total.
correct.
the 800,
That would make it 400 per parade.
That's correct.
That was my intent
So.
when I
in
made that
total-
motion.
So add the words in total after 800.
Or for 2 parades, just to make it clear.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
okay.
the total budget for candy is
Parades.
$800 for the year.
That's correct, because we had $1,000 or 500 per
1100.
parade.
1100, we went to 800. So, just for clarification purposes, we spend more in the Old Home Day because it's a community than we do with Christmas. I just purchased the candy. For Christmas, it was $194. Last year, it was $201. So it's really not, the Christmas is not a $400, so don't split it 400
That's why I
per
said it.
parade.
That's why I said that I
Yes.
reduced it $800
For two
for the year.
For the
However
combination,
it's
okay,
spent.
okay.
I'd prefer we seek more donations from downtown and community.
We
Me
can
too.
still do that and not spend money.
Yes.
If we can't get the donations, then we're
Right.
out of luck.
Right.
Is that a want or a need?
Well, that's definitely a law.
Yeah,
I'll buy some candy. I mean, I'll donate to, that's my favorite part of being a selectman, is throwing candy.
I understand.
okay, so, Catherine, you said amended the motion to 800
Total.
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 You're gonna add total,
Oh,
There we go.
Yeah, my intent was that we would reduce the amount of the candy line to $800 for the year.
the total budget was $800.
Yeah, for candy. I think we had, what, 11 or
You
1,200?
could probably, we had 1,100, we made the motion to go to, reduce the 1,100 to 800, not knocking off $300.
Mhm.
So however you word it, it needs to change.
Mhm.
got it.
So, under page 2 of 3, under Parks Commission, Sanborn Road Ball Field discussion, the last sentence, and further conversation, Jeannie and/or Pat will ask Milestone what they would charge to do the field. It's not to do the field, it's what, to get an estimate of what the cost would be.
Yeah, because Milestone isn't gonna do the
Right.
work.
Right.
Interesting. And just below that, on the selectmen's reports, budget.
Yes, solid
Booge needs
waste
a
budget.
T. Solid waste booge. On page 3, Selectman Dawson, Catherine reported that the 150 Committee A request. So there's some words missing there. Had a request, has a request.
Is requesting a name change.
As a request for a name change.
Made a request. Something goes in.
Made a request,
Is requesting.
There you go, is
But-
requesting.
but have you actually,
I discussed it with the Board of Selectmen, let them know that their intent was after June to become the
okay,
Tilton Events Committee.
so are you good with has a request?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so we need to follow.
Yep.
Did we approve that?
No, they're gonna come back with an official name.
With an official name,
Okay.
there was no one opposed it, so.
Right.
No, I'm not, it just left it hanging there. Like,
Well,
what
I
happened?
didn't want,
You don't have a
I didn't
name
want
yet.
the guys through all the work of coming up with
I
a
get
name.
that, but I mean in
Oh, in
this.
here, yes,
And
yes,
then if
thank
somebody
you.
was reading it, they go, and then what happened?
That's true.
Just gotta,
What's up with that? Those
What would
means
you like,
like-
Joe? Stay tuned?
yes, stay tuned.
That's pretty cool.
I would make a motion to accept the minutes of November 14th, 2019 as amended, as correct.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Uh, Motion passes. We're 1 minute early on you, Kevin. Step right up, Mike. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Hello.
Hello. Okay, so.
All is good.
Start out with your report.
Christmas lights. Lots and lots of Christmas lights.
Yay, is that what you're working on now?
Yes, currently, earlier this week, we had our first major snow event. It was a long storm, long drawn-out storm, but I think we fared very well, being the first real storm of the year. Last week was obviously Thanksgiving and holiday. We were off on Friday, so we didn't get a whole lot done last week, except for just regular maintenance and getting ready for the winter. This week, we were supposed to put up the ice rink, but time has not allowed that. So we're going to postpone that for next week. We'll get that done next week. Because the storm went into Tuesday this week, we were putting a little behind on getting the lights up on all the trees on Main Street. In addition to that, this year we did the town hall. We did some lights up on the roof edge of the town hall, which I believe has never been done.
My experience.
Looks
What-
great.
Thank you. Reason why we were able to get that accomplished this year was we rented a man lift to install our security surveillance system. And while we have it, we figured that we would utilize it throughout town where we need it. So we loaded it up on our trailer and we brought it downtown, and we were using to install lights on our trees and try to get all that done nice and safely and without having to outsource or.
How about the big tree down there?
We went through the lights yesterday with the machine and
Yep.
we did the big tree at Best Pocket Park with it. And tomorrow we're gonna finish up the trees on Main Street and move it back to the shop because I have some lights inside the shop that need to be addressed. It'd be a perfect job for that machine as well. So
How long will you have had the machine total?
we'll have it for a month total.
What does that cost us for?
It was $2,200. And I had spoken to Tim about that because I know that only roughly 900 was approved for the surveillance, but I have money in my budget for a rental machine, and it was going to be a shared cost. So it didn't go over budget as far as that's concerned. And we're getting a lot done with it, so.
So when you said big tree, did you do both big trees?
Yes.
Okay.
Did any of the island get lights?
Not done yet. That's on our to-do list, the
It's
island.
gonna be get
Yep,
done.
we're gonna try to get it done tomorrow along with the police station, because we have the police station lights as well. So that's our goal, is by the end of the day tomorrow, that all the lights will be installed and running. I had a conversation with JP Carter today about installing a photo cell for the Main Street lights, so that we won't have to run timers, because they all go to that junction box at the parking lot. He'll install a photo cell there so that they all come on at the same time and they all shut off at the same time. And it's all dictated by sunlight. So we won't have to adjust daily, or it's just one and done deal and automatic. And it was worked in his initial estimate, some type of time management aspect. And so it's already in his,
budget.
we're in budget for that as well.
Can the photo cell be overridden if it needs to be?
Yep. Yeah, it can be. So we could have power to the outlets on Main Street anytime we need to by fooling the photo cell. Yep.
So some of the wires, all the exposed wires that were on the sidewalk that got put in,
Yep.
all those are all taken care of?
They're all taken care of now. They're all operational. So Main Street is buttoned up electrically and all the construction.
After walking downtown, I see all these boxes, like trees. Is that going to be any kind of a problem with snow removal? People tripping over them, not knowing they're there.
Well, I have to think that they are placed outside of the normal walking path. The occasional person that's maybe stumbling in the bushes might trip over them, but I don't think that it'll pose a problem. And we're prepared this year to do more shovel work for the cleanup downtown, to be careful around the trees and the outlets and the added obstacles that are on Main Street. The cleanup downtown is going to be a little more labor intense this year. Only because we're going to bring it to the next level. We're going to remove all of the snow on Main Street. We're not going to leave any next to the buildings or anything around the trees or the telephone poles. There's going to be an extensive effort to remove all of the snow and not just the pathways, basically, and the curb edge. So it's going to be...
How far does that extend? Track to park?
That extends from track to Cumberland Farms. We actually did Main Street cleanup last night, and with the personnel that I have now, we were able to get Main Street cleaned up in roughly 3 hours last night. One guy driving a truck, one guy in the bucket loader, one guy in the multi-one, and one guy in the cleanup. The V-plow with a sander in the back for treating.
So no outside contractor?
No outside contractor.
Nice job.
Very nice.
And,
Yay.
so, and in addition to hauling to Veterans Home, we're going to haul snow to the highway garage location as well. We have enough real estate and drainage at the highway garage
Where
to dump snow.
out
out
Up
back and out.
where the leaves are on the left there?
Yep, we can haul it there and actually in the front yard, behind the apple trees that were planted for Dennis.
Dennis?
Yep. All that real estate right there would accept all of the snow. And the turnaround for hauling is much quicker going to the highway garage than it is up to the Barron's home.
Yeah.
Less wear and tear on the machines.
What about the pollutants that are in the snow?
I mean, I'm not sure
Well,
why.
there's salt
Salt,
downtown,
yeah.
and there's any number of different debris that
Mhm.
you're gonna have in all of the snow.
Yep.
You have a plan for.
Well, it'd be easier for us to clean up the debris that's left over if it's in our dooryard. We won't have to send a person up to the veterans home in August when the snow is finally melted to clean up the debris. And there isn't a 100-foot sheer drop-off that's dangerous that we'd have to work with as well. It's much easier for us to work with if it's at the highway garage for maintaining and for cleanliness. So, and it's keeping the stuff in-house. So yeah.
We're gonna talk about winter maintenance.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
winter
you're
maintenance.
done,
Yeah.
we'd love to discuss.
Yeah,
the winter
like I said, there wasn't a whole lot going on this week because of our focus on the Christmas parade, the holiday parade, and the snowstorm and the lights and all that stuff. So.
Do we all know what vehicle we're going in the Christmas parade? Was that decided on yet?
Do you have a plan?
Yes, the truck and trailer will be decorated. Thank you.
With the benches like we did the
Yes.
last time?
Yes. There was some question of the 150th float possibly being in the parade and you possibly riding on that. But I've since learned that float is no longer available, so we're going ahead with what we've done in the past 2 years, truck and trailer. It might be decorated slightly different, but it'll still be
Mhm.
pretty awesome.
Who's gonna drive it?
John Billadu will drive it. Yeah, slow and steady.
Okay. Winter maintenance policy.
Mhm.
Bruce, is there any questions for the Director of Public Works from the audience? You had your shot.
Okay, could I just for once, just briefly mention, last year when I presented the winter maintenance policy, my objective was to update the equipment list and to also change the wording for the Main Street cleanup. Before, it used to be listed as 12 inches or more we had to clean Main Street. Well, I quickly learned that the residents weren't happy with that because there's a lot that can happen between 0 to 12 inches for accidents, for ice. So I wanted it to be more proactive and say every storm we're going to clean up Main Street within 72 hours. So that's one of the reasons why I want to adjust the maintenance policy, just so that it's written.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so I know that there are a few questions with the policy that were presented.
Okay.
So, Catherine, would you like to?
Glad I put my file down, so shame on me, but,
You want my copy?
well, mine's all,
Marked out.
Oh, yeah. I noticed that the sidewalks are still not ranked as high, low, medium, etc., that they are closed or plowed.
Okay.
In the town of Tilton, we don't close sidewalks because of the previous very expensive issue we had.
Okay.
Very expensive.
Yes, no, I've heard.
$170,000.
Sure. So,
I gave you that outline, I
yeah,
believe.
yeah, I have it.
We have gone through that public process and did the rankings.
Okay, so basically, when I started 3 years ago and I started being aware of what sidewalks were being maintained and what weren't being maintained, am I to understand that wasn't correct?
They were not closed, so what happens is if because of the length of storms, the
Mhm.
amount of storms, for whatever reason, emergencies, that we don't get to the lower tiered ranked sidewalks,
I got you.
they may not get plowed, because I don't have to tell you what happens when you get 2 feet of snow and it freezes solid.
Sure.
and You need a
Okay.
jackhammer to remove it.
Bucket
So
loader.
I can see the priority list when it comes to that, absolutely.
So that's how that list was
Okay.
created, and you'll see that those low priorities are just that. We have
Okay.
some sidewalks that don't go anywhere.
Sure.
This-
Could I ask it, at one time, were these sidewalks properly prioritized?
Yes.
That we could go back to?
Yes,
So
I
Okay.
think so.
the current policy, those ranked sidewalks were done as per the attorney's recommendation.
Okay.
And public hearing was held, and that outline that she gave us.
Okay.
That's how they.
I'd be glad to go back to that, absolutely.
So, and I don't know if we have any new sidewalks that we would add to that. I
No.
don't think we've added any sidewalks.
No, we don't have any new
I think we already
sidewalks.
had the state sidewalk that we agreed to maintain when we did that.
Okay.
And that's
I'll
how
have to
that
do
ranking
some,
took place.
I'll have to do some certain, looking.
Because you remember, we don't close sidewalks.
Okay.
right, the intonation of just having it closed means that we're not going to do anything, we're not gonna look at a problem, which if a problem arises, it's our fault. And if we say that we're not gonna close anything and we can get to it, we'll get to it. We want to do it. Our intent is to get to it.
Okay.
But we have to prioritize, obviously, for schools, towns, municipal, walkways, senior center, whatever, and there's a priority. And that's how that was generated by priority, and we may or may not get to all of them at once in one storm,
Sure.
but we will try. And that was the intent.
Or they will be done within a certain amount of time at the end of the storm.
If you can get there.
If you can get there.
I mean,
Ultimately, you get there, but
Yes.
you know,
we have to, I mean, the sidewalks to town hall, police, and US post offices have higher priority.
Sure.
To schools, that have to show
Schools should be
sidewalk.
number one because they start earliest.
Yeah.
Well, for ADA, that's how they listed is municipal
Right.
buildings, the United States Post Office, and then the schools.
We had an attorney actually work with us to have it safe for us so that we're not paying $170,000 out again.
I'll be glad to research and locate that priority list and.
For a state sidewalk.
It's in,
It's in the
current.
2015, and that's the
It's
selectmen's
in-
dashboard.
The 2015?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
that's
this-
it.
The one that's posted on our website.
Is it this
Okay.
one?
Yes,
I
yes,
think so.
I printed that off, yeah.
You need to-
Also-
you want this one?
No, I let it set for years, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to work it back in.
there you go.
You
Plus, the
also-
first page was lighter.
There's also a section in there where you refer to village district sidewalks. There's no such thing as village district sidewalks.
Okay.
All our sidewalks belong to the town of Tilton.
Were they referencing Lockmere Village
No.
sidewalks?
No, that,
Lockmere-
it was down.
Lockmere isn't a village district.
Well,
So there's
that
a
language I
Lockmere-
got from a
There was
previous.
a water district in Lockmere, but the sidewalks belong to the town of Tilton.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So would it be helpful to get the comments that Catherine has made and put it in a track, update the winter maintenance policy, tracking the changes she's suggesting and having you all look at them next week and approve them so that we get this right?
Is there a way that, and I think it's important because this is a history that took place that cost the town about hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that I think
$170.
$170,000. And Catherine and I are the only two sitting on the board today. And, next year you might not have either one of us. So it's. I think that we should really sit and try to track some of this information or document some of this information as we go forward. Because this was this is really pertinent. I mean, Franklin Pierce uses this example, this
A lot of people do.
lawsuit as an example, and how it turned out. So we should really be diligent about keeping this in our files and the part of the winter policy. So I'm just trying to think
Are
of,
you saying that we don't have any records of Tilton
Well,
versus Tanner?
so along comes a different public director, and we ask him to update the winter
Yeah.
policy with no knowledge of kind of what transpired before. If there was something in our files with the previous winter policy that says this was developed by attorney such and such,
I see what you're
this-
saying.
Reference this. material.
reference it, maybe we would have some type of reference that says, whoa, wait a minute, a light goes off and says, well, maybe we should not change this particular paragraph for this reason.
Because
Mine, I caught that myself.
honestly, what I did was I put on paper how we plow our sidewalks.
Yeah.
The progression of how
Right.
we leave our highway department and
Right.
plow our sidewalks. That's what I put on.
And this is
paper.
through no fault, absolutely no fault of you, because you don't have that history.
Yeah, and that reference would
You
have
know.
been.
Right.
I like the
Absolutely.
idea of codifying that into our, in writing, we're gonna update, get it all in there.
Well, the interesting part of it, because it was attorney-client privileged information, a lot of it isn't written down.
Oh,
It's in here,
Mhm.
it's in that head down there.
Right.
okay.
And
That's
it's
the
not
first
written-
thing I
Oh, yeah,
saw.
there was a head over there that was there. But it's not
Okay.
written down anywhere, because it was attorney-client privilege.
I see. Okay. No,
So
I'd be happy
maybe
to.
that's something we should have a conversation with you about.
Yeah, even though it was attorney-client privilege, you'd think it'd be written somewhere.
There's no minutes.
So in any
But
event,
it
back to
didn't.
the
You'd have to
suggestion that I
link it
made,
somewhere.
could we take the comments that,
Sure, that's a great place to start.
all right, we'll do that in a track change and I'll bring it back to all of you next week.
You can create a Google document and share it with all of us, and depending on your level of comfort, we can have it view only, comment, or edit.
Well, I don't want to do anything,
I'm not gonna do that,
yeah,
not
It's
me
not a
anyway.
meeting.
I
yeah.
want a piece of paper.
Are you gonna send them?
I understand, but it's a way to, as you see it evolve.
And you could definitely do that.
Well,
Me,
I know
I-
people who have a lot of questions, she could put the comments in so he'd be prepared for the meeting. Just trying to speed things up.
I read the rest of it, and I'm gonna leave that to your own knowledge of that, the way you changed the streets and your whole plow routes and things like that. My concerns were that of Catherine's, those two items that number one, the closing of the
Sure.
sidewalks. And that was huge on my list that I had circled, but
I had a couple of other things that were similar to the village district sidewalk.
in the village,
So
I have that highlighted too.
It's my homework, the dog ate it.
I did
But
have
Jeannie
village,
has a copy of it, so she'll send it out.
Okay.
Catherine, I did have village district circle.
Oh, did you too?
I did,
That's
Yeah.
funny.
yeah.
The
I'm gonna
sidewalks
have to
are
teach you
there.
about this whole village district thing.
It's okay.
So other than that, if we change those things and the whole lawsuit is public knowledge. I mean, Jeannie, you can look up the Tinker versus the town of Tilton, and it's interesting to read. But the client, attorney-client, interesting, it's probably in our files someplace.
Okay.
The most important thing about this lawsuit was, it was not resolved.
No,
It never came to a
Nope.
conclusion.
Really?
There
Okay.
were, none of the courts wanted to make
To
that
decide.
decision.
Yeah.
right,
Because it's an ADA issue. So
Right.
they just said, do the best you can and keep the sidewalk. It was-
Okay.
It's not
State-
me.
state sidewalk,
Yeah,
Okay.
it's an unfunded mandate.
up by, over the bridge.
Over the bridge, yeah.
Yep.
Over 93.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
Very good.
we're good.
We're good.
You should let
One
me
thing,
know.
Yes.
you get a chance, Vinogle, Andrews Road,
Are we
a
gonna,
couple of the things have dropped.
Oh, they have.
are we gonna spend a couple minutes on Cedar Street with Kevin while Kevin's here, or are we not?
Be a good idea.
Is that, are you thinking?
No, well, I don't know where that might go.
Well, if you're talking generalizations and not refer to, people's names or whatnot, we probably could have some more discussion, but I would be cautious and putting my fingers out and just saying,
Yeah,
we
I
have a
don't
water
think that's a
problem.
good idea. Not right this second. I will say that I noticed the road was dry.
Okay.
You
So-
know, there's a reason for that?
In front of the
Over on
resident-
Cedar Street,
Over on
yeah.
Cedar Street? I couldn't tell you.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery, yeah. I thought you were commenting on the nice drainage we put in.
No, the drainage,
You're speaking of the problem.
the wet road and the subsequent
Yes.
degradation of the base coat.
I get you.
But the road was dry.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we going to talk about it or are we not going to? Because I have some information on that, so I just don't.
Well, I think the question is, if you are, should you do it in non-public? Personally, I think that we should try to get this situation resolved, and Kevin did mention he has an idea that he'd like to share with the selectmen, so it's really up to you if you think you can speak about it in generalizations, or if you want to go into non-public, but I think there's a sense of urgency of getting this resolved.
Yes.
My feeling is that the only part of this that really is not public is names. I mean, the rest of it is you can drive right by it.
I was gonna say, you can figure it out pretty quick.
Okay.
So it is what it is. I'd like to try for the generalization and get it taken care of.
Right.
Okay, so you have a
I have a-
fix for this?
Yes. My initial thought was to build a dry well and have the perimeter drain go into the dry well. But after further thought, it would only be a short time before that dry well would be overcome with water, with the amount of water that is developing in that location. Which led me to my next thought was to put in a 6-inch drainage pipe from the perimeter drain under my new road into a new catch basin located across the street, and then connect it to my new drainage system that's in front of Maple Court.
Can you? Will DES allow that?
Perimeter drain is groundwater, which is,
Is it?
well, if it's not groundwater, is it sewage? Is it?
So the state allows us to put in storm catch basins, if you're not catch basins, dry wells,
Mhm.
to catch surface waters. Well, this is now,
Well, that's the mystery, because we don't really know where
we
this
don't know
water
where
is
it's
coming
coming
from.
from. So I would check with DES before you pipe that water into the catch basin, which goes to the Winnipesaukee River.
Mhm.
So,
Which would entail water tests to see
Maybe not.
pollutants.
Maybe
Maybe a
treatment
treatment before.
It might need some kind of treatment, but
There-
all of these things are on private property, right? It's not in the town's right of way.
Exactly. We are,
So we're making improvements.
as Public
Somebody's
Works
property.
Director, I am trying to alleviate water problems on my road. And that's the best I could come up with, is connect it to my drainage where I know it's gonna end up not on my road, but in a controlled area.
so
That was my thought.
And I think that that's, and I'm all for that, because I gotta tell you, I live in that area.
Mhm.
I walk my dogs in that area. But several times in the last, month or so, when the road was just dirt,
Mhm.
I've walked my dog. So there's been water drainage coming from a particular house. But on days when I've walked my dogs, there's no drainage coming from that side of the house, that side of the street. Yet the opposite side of the street is just absolute mud, and it seems like there's more water on the opposite side of the street, that it's just, your tires are gonna get bogged down in it, and it was just a mud pile.
Mhm.
but no drainage. The other day, when it snowed, you would think that if there were drainage coming from there onto the asphalt, because I had taken pictures with that big ice dam across the road,
Yeah.
you would think that there would be like a pathway that the water would come down off the hill into the road, but there wasn't. And yet there was all this water on the right-hand side of the road if you're going towards High Street. And it pooled in front of 19 Cedar. Once it pooled there, once it filled up the driveway there, then it moved down into the drain, the new drain that you put in opposite Maple Court. And you could just watch it. So when it rained, it pools up in front of that driveway. I'm not totally convinced that the only water is coming from that perimeter drain. I'm not totally convinced. So if you think about this, over the last 6 or 7 months or so, we've had a project in the back that was a sewer project somewhere in the back of Poplar Street, that there was a sewer problem back where the apartment was, in between the opposite side of that house, on the opposite side. They fixed that, and that's when they alluded that there was other problems. On the opposite side of the house, 2 houses down, we have this huge sinkhole that nobody's taken ownership of in someone's yard. And now we have a perimeter drain that is like 60 or some odd years old that can't drain into a sewer because it's no longer legal. So you block that, and they have to drain it somewhere. So that's the issue. That's one issue. But we have this water that's coming up somewhere. I got a feeling it's water that got jostled somewhere in a water pipe that's, they're saying it's not leaking, but I got a feeling it's leaking.
I inquired about that, and I was reassured that that was not treated water. That was the first question I had asked, because there was so much water.
It's a gallon a minute, they're telling us.
Yeah, I sat there and timed it for 4 or 5 minutes. It's a
And
solid.
it's a gallon a minute?
It's a gallon a minute.
Wow.
Yeah.
But no houses to the right or to the left are having any water issues.
Well, the water department had told me that they had tested the water for chlorine and didn't find any. And that was their test to isolate whether it was theirs or not. So the other situation, or the other scenario, is there is so much groundwater in that area now that that drain is not plumbed in to the sewer, that the water is going to daylight wherever it can the easiest. Now, we packed and graded and packed that road so much over the summer that it is very possible that that water is just finding a way underneath the road and then back up to daylight on the other side. We had added gravel to that road to help with the drainage, so it's very possible that it's navigating just under the surface.
Was the pitch of the road changed at all?
It was 2 degrees pitched to the opposite side, because that's where the drainage is. Just enough to make the water run. So that was adjusted. So yeah, there are a number of scenarios that could equate to why that water is popping up in not only that location, but other locations now. Because we don't know, back in the day, we don't know what was actually tied into that line that was discharging into the sewer. We just know that one specific location. There's multiple properties in that one little area, and everybody could have been tied into it at one time.
Well, that one line that was disconnected was that house.
Okay.
There was one other property on Cedar Street that they discovered had a perimeter drain.
Okay.
Do you remember which side, Catherine? 'Cause I don't.
No, and Johanna was gonna give me that, but she had to leave.
With the
But as health officer, and inspecting, I have found several buildings in that area, not just on Cedar Street, but in that area that had their drains connected to the sewer, and they disconnected them.
Yeah. And I've learned of multiple basements having sump pumps in their basement installed for this reason.
But
So
it's a huge amount of water.
it is a huge amount of water.
But who's to say there isn't a spring right there?
At the
It's
brook.
very possible. It could be a
It's
brook, it could be a
it's
spring.
brook or a brooklet or whatever.
It
Well,
could
there
be,
could be a
yeah.
very active spring right there.
It could be clean enough to drink. We don't know. As far as the drainage for my road, I have options of putting under drain in so that it doesn't reach the surface along that side of the road, discharging into the catch basin. That would be the
If,
most direct route to fixing the water issue is.
if the town were allowed to do that, and we somehow came to an agreement with homeowners, how long a process would that be for you?
I would need a week and a half to 2 weeks to order the catch basin and a few days of labor to install the drainage pipe. My only concerns are, given the time of year, I would hate to commit to a job like this and then have a storm hit and then postpone it. So I would feel comfortable with outsourcing that work to somebody that could just make a date, be there, and get it done. Instead of having the uncertainty of, I don't know if we're gonna have a bad storm that week, we could have a nor'easter and be committed for days without getting to it. And ultimately making it worse. So if we were to make a decision and commit to it, I would like to at least get an estimate from an outside contractor that could jump on it right away. Do we have the capabilities of doing it? Sure, absolutely. We installed 5 catch basins and over 800 feet of pipe this summer. We can do it. But should we commit to that? Because I can't outsource plowing or
Right.
sidewalk, so I would rather outsource that type of work.
And you're saying
At this
about
time.
boring underneath the road or digging
no.
up the new road?
No, we're gonna end up cutting a trench in the base. That doesn't really concern me because I've been talking with R&D Paving about the situation, and we are totally prepared in the springtime to either shim or remove a section of base layer and making it correct. My whole drive this past couple of weeks was just to get the road paved, regardless. Just
You got a question?
I do. Are we opening Pandora's box? Who's paying for this? Because if we do it for one, we've got to do it for all.
yeah, no, that was my thought, but I'm just
I
trying
don't
to.
mind us organizing and assisting, but I think it's a slippery slope if we say we're going to pay for it.
Well, we can't make improvements on somebody else's property.
Mhm.
I think that's pretty well established.
That would be the public.
Yes, I think that's when we discuss it in non-public.
I was just wanting to put forth some solutions.
Okay.
I only hope with the non-public, the public gets alerted if there is an impact.
Absolutely.
Is there any other questions for the Public Works Director?
I have a budget question.
Does he need to be in the non-public?
I don't think so.
What's your question, Kevin?
You have a budget question, Catherine?
I'm sorry.
You should have said just one.
I've been looking at this for days.
It's okay.
The highway equipment fund,
Yes,
you're asking for an additional 20,000.
additional 20,000.
So last year we put in 15,000.
Yeah.
This year you want 35,
Sure.
so increased by 20.
That's so that we can purchase a new sidewalk machine in the year 20.
So that 20,000
21.
is just for that purchase?
Hmm?
What's wrong with
With
that
it, with-
sidewalk machine?
What is the
It's
total?
inadequate.
It was the cat's meow 2 years
Yeah.
ago.
No, my cat's meow.
I think we established that.
So are we looking for something that's a dedicated sidewalk machine pretty much and nothing else?
It would have multiple uses, not as much as the multi-one, but it would have
And let me guess,
mowing and
50,000 give or take?
Or 100.
110,000.
So we're going back to the yellow?
Yes,
But your plan is not to eliminate this machine?
No.
To be used for it?
exactly. We would utilize it elsewhere. Because it has been very useful in other departments, in other
You've used it at the
areas.
park. Haven't you used it?
We've
for
used it at the
somewhere?
park, we've
Yeah.
used it at the shop, we've used it other locations. The situation we're running into is we no longer have any tech support or dealerships on the East Coast. Anything that we do needs to come, we need to be in contact with the Midwest. Just one scenario is a replacement broom for our sweeper attachment was $700, but to ship it here was $700. That's just unacceptable in my eyes. I'm not going to pay just
Very
as.
true.
Yeah. So we ended up, for a couple $100, we ended up manufacturing one ourselves. But that's man hours that my guys need to be spent doing other things to be productive. So.
I'll spend the 700 over 110,000 at this point.
So,
Okay. So what if? So multi-one is made in Sweden, and we have one dealership now that we can deal with for replacement parts. If I have a catastrophic failure, like an engine or a hydraulic motor or something of that nature, we won't have a machine, period.
we'll be plowing sidewalks for a while, huh?
Exactly.
But doesn't Concord has the yellow one, which we really wanted to keep our other one.
Yes, the other one is
It
tried and
lasted for 40
true.
years.
Yeah, the other one is tried and true, and
They have one down there for 40
I
years.
understand. I watched when I was traveling to Maine and Sanford, struggling away. You can watch it in Franklin, struggle. Yeah, it does. It's going to take forever. So I don't know if it's any savings in time. I'm just looking at people's taxes.
So the rest of my question, I didn't mean to get into this
no,
conversation right
it's
now.
fine.
So the 20,000 is just to replace that machine, but
Mhm.
what is the total cost projected of a new sidewalk machine?
110,000.
Okay,
I demoed one in
So
this
that-
past summer.
okay.
That's brand new with a sidewalk sander on the back and a snow blower and straight plow. So that's 3 attachments plus the machine.
Okay.
Does the straight power angle
Yes.
either way?
Power angle.
The rest is finance, I can ask
Oh,
Tim
okay.
on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Hearing none.
Okay. Oh.
Thanks, Richard.
Hear that?
Good night.
Okay, the next thing we have on the agenda is Tim Pearson, the 2020 budget review.
Before I sit down with you to review the budget, I just wanted to take a moment to show you something that I emailed out to the board today, and this is going to be how I intend to send out all of our budget and expense information for the new year, and I'll be rolling this out to the other departments this month. But essentially, you know how I have all these automated reports that come to you, the cruiser mileage report, the paid time off reports. I've got other reports as well that fire off for various committees, and so this is one of these. So I've created essentially a flat file database in Google Drive that I'm using SQL and some other things to be able to pull out. But on a weekly basis, and the whole intent here is that department heads and the governing body we'll have the ability on a weekly basis to take a look not only at a snapshot of the expense reporting and where we are year to date, but also drill down into the detail by account, and then also into any of the particular checks and supporting documents for those. So this is the police department's report. And it has the basic information where they are year-to-date as of today. It has all their lines and along with the totals and percentages. And this would be sent in as a PDF attachment to the board and department heads and interested parties. But then also there'll be a link to the live spreadsheet. So when you come in, if there's a particular line you see office supplies, it's overspent by $253. If I mouse over this, and this is the reason for showing this so you get a sense of how to do this, you just simply click on the blue lettering. It'll take you to a tab which has the detail expense for that particular line. And here you can see it's office supplies, and if we're looking for a particular one, let's say these, well, who got these two JP stamps? I can come over here to the check number, and I can click on the check number information again. And it'll bring open Google Drive along with the check in question at the top. The reason why I don't link directly to it is I have other information that we collect when we're scanning our checks. And so here you can see the check made out to the vendor, along with the supporting documentation, the department head signature, my initials, and you can see the purpose, for that particular stamp. So you have this on each and every line in the entire budget. It also gives you a little budget snapshot up at the top right. And if you want to return to the summary page when you're in the live document, you simply click on this button and it'll bring you back in. So you can go into any one of these. If I were looking at new uniforms, again, I just go click on the tab link. It'll take me to that particular tab. I can look through it. I can see that, what was this stipend for? Click on the check, and it'll take me to detail. Eventually. And here's the check made out to the employee for that expense. And if I slide down, I can take a look at what was attached. There you can see the chief's initials, my initials. And then this was the stipend reimbursement and what it was for. So I just want to give you that quick look because this is really going to make a huge difference for me in that right now I generate all sorts of reports on a monthly basis and then ad hoc reports when people request them. So now on every Friday, there will be reports starting in January going out on a weekly basis. And if there's anything, you can ignore it. If you want to go into it and take a look at why is this, in that particular area, you can do so. So I just wanted to give you that quick look at that, so that you have an understanding of how that is going to work. And the guts of all the programming is already done for it in the police budget, and then I'll be, probably over the next week, I'll be expanding that to all the other department budgets.
Nice.
So you should have in front of you the 2020 departmental budget request.
Can I give you a correction, Tim?
Polyurethane?
No. Sewer commission actuals to year to date, because it's nowhere near what that's showing.
Well, so the sewer commission, we treat that solely as a pass-through.
Well, I understand, but I don't like seeing that number shown where I'm almost 200,000 over that.
Okay, so noted. So I can take that out. I did it for comparison
No,
purposes to look
if
at.
you're gonna put it there, I'd show where we're at now, because this is untrue.
Okay. Just so that we all understand that none of that is being paid for by taxation, that's all paid for by
So it's not
custodians.
Oh, that's the budget for next year. This year is, we're at 691 through our last billing.
So I don't receive any of that information today, but I'll see if I can start getting that.
Would you like the total? I can give it to you.
Certainly.
691, 934, 30 cents.
Okay.
Thanks.
So in any event, I'll try to also get on a list with her so that as she has updates, I can provide that here. But in any event, on this cover, you'll see that on the left, again, you've got your departments, the 2019 review, which is the budget and the actuals.
I'm not sure if I received it.
Should be in your packet.
way in the back.
In the back of your desk.
Wednesday.
Where's the last page?
After the highway maintenance. This one, John?
Nope.
Looks like this. Has tax information on it. I can go. I know that Gail had put them all in your packets. I can go down, if you have something to take care of, I can go down and bring some more. I do have some, if they're printed.
Is this what they should be looking at?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, I have 3. Kevin has 3, John has none.
Do you have current? They all the current?
I have this one.
Should say 12.4 in the bottom right.
Yes, all 3 of them. I just gave one to Jeannie, I have another one, and I wrote on it. So somebody has that, I wrote on.
All right.
Excellent.
So,
Thank you.
in any event, you can see where we are year-to-date. For all departments, we're looking at, right now we're at 89.2% spent. And our requests are $8,733 less than our budget for this last year. In terms of warrant articles, you can see what our warrant articles were last year, a total of $658,000. That, of course, included $350,000 for the land purchase and $194,500 for the architectural and engineering fees for the police building. And I listed out underneath the estimated tax rate section, you can see the DRA appropriation, our net required tax effort. This is all from DRA, and our municipal rate, which was $6.38 per thousand. So this compares to what we're looking at here in terms of $5.147 million budget for our operating departments. Their request, again, it's down slightly, and I'll go through some of the specifics with that. The warrant articles, there's $6,000 for milfoil. Highway equipment, as already noted, it's $35,000. The capital reserve fund for roads, bridges, sidewalks, and streets, $94,000, and then the revaluation fund is $6,000.
Can we talk about the highway equipment one for just a second? So we're proposing to increase it by 20,000 to purchase a $110,000 machine in 2021. So we're going to raise and appropriate next year, 90,000?
$35,000.
Okay.
So we
And then-
will-
So
How
my
much is
question-
in there now?
I believe it will be just over 70,000. So with the 2020 monies and possibly in 2021, depending upon how much we put in, if it's more than 110,000, you should be able to afford it at that point.
So
But
what else is earmarked to be purchased? We don't have a plan for equipment purchases.
no, and as I've mentioned to the board before, and as you know, putting together a unified capital improvement program is something I have on my docket to do.
So, but right now, that doesn't help us. So right now, we need to know from the, and I didn't want to keep from Carol Knight, from the Public Works Director, what is his plan for, let's say, the next 4 years? What does he plan to replace? Because that's what these reserve funds are for, not just for one piece of equipment and then we spend it all.
Right.
So my question to you is, if he doesn't have any purchases plans for the next 5 years, that is okay, except maybe in year 6, he's gonna replace one of the big trucks, which it's not okay. So because this is not a planned purchase, it's a large amount of money. Could we purchase that and just do a loan? We purchased a dump
Sure.
truck once via a loan,
That's correct.
thereby not having to raise and appropriate every year large sums of money, which affects the tax rate.
I will point out that,
There is an interest rate, I understand. but-
well, last year was the only year where we raised and appropriated 15,000 in that particular, for that particular capital reserve. For the last 10 years, it's been 35,000. And
But we were told that was because we're up to snuff, everything's
Right.
good, it's gonna be years before we need it.
Exactly right.
that's right.
And now it's changed.
The whole sidewalk
Right.
machine thing is news to me.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly right. So if we could be
That's me as
creative,
well.
less impact on the taxpayer,
Of course,
I
yeah.
mean, that's the most important thing, so.
I think this is the year to be less impact on the taxpayers. I think it's very, very important to be able to be creative in what we do and how we do it. And I'm with Catherine. I think that we really need a plan. We've been asking this for about a year, and I think that we really need some type of a design to
We have
go
one.
forward. No, we don't.
The-
Not equipment plan.
There is one, it needs, and there are,
It's not.
there are plans for the police department, there are plans for other equipment, and that's what I'm trying to gather from all these desperate
But
groups
through
to be able
the
to put
Public
together.
Works Director's own words, he said it's not complete. And he's told us that, so I'm looking for a plan, even if it's 3 or 4 years out, I don't care, but I'm looking for a plan that's 3 or 4 years out. And in that plan that's on there, does not have a sidewalk machine.
Well, I'm sure that's the
So
case.
that throws that plan right out.
Well, as I said, I'm committed to working on the capital improvement program, but if you prefer someone else do it,
I
No,
don't
I
care
think
who
it's
does it.
great.
I'm more
because
than
it needs
happy
to be
to-
done.
I think it's great, I do too, I think it's great, but I think that we need some type of where we're going so that we can say to
That's
the
what
taxpayers,
happens.
this is what we're gonna do.
well, and that's the
But for
purpose.
We need a
budgeting-
roadmap.
Okay, look, one at a time, because
For
we're
budgeting for
bouncing around here.
this year, as I said, this year,
Mhm,
because of this unexpected purchase, it's really difficult for me
mhm.
to sit here and say yes or no to that extra 20,000. And I know what you said before, but as we've said to you, when we were up to snuff, we were there, we didn't have these unexpecteds. Now we've got, boom, this, all of a sudden, I understand why. I did call around, he's absolutely right. If it's down, it's down, and it's not gonna be up for weeks, but
Well,
if it's very viable for us to actually buy it via a loan, and I don't know, you're the finance guy, and it will have less impact on the taxpayer than putting large chunks of money in there this year, next year, and the following year to purchase it. If that's a better option, then we can take the 20,000 out.
Well, if we were to take the 20,000 out, we would be forced to finance it when it's needed in 2021. So,
But you just said.
right.
If that's
so
the
that-
viable option, then that's what we should do.
Well, if you'd like to tell me what the interest rate's gonna be in 2021, I'll be happy to tell you whether that's, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns, obviously.
So you're going to be working on getting some type of plan together. You could work with Kevin. And
Absolutely.
do you think that would take?
Well,
You take off on the
between
one that's
now
here.
and the end of between now and, yeah, exactly. Between now and the end of the year, it's highly unlikely I'll have any considerable time to spend on it between end of year, the collective bargaining agreement, finalizing the budget, and work that's taking place on the police building. not to mention my other duties.
Yeah.
So it's just not realistic, but.
You must
but
have time within the 3 hours that you sleep.
It will not take long. What's going to take a longer period of time is, it's not the formatting, it's the wrestling the information from the department heads, where they really have to consider all their major capital items. So when they're looking at, in the police department, it's not just, vests and things of that sort. They have to be thinking about guns. How long are we expecting the guns that we purchased 5 years ago to last? Our replacement plans that we put in place for the tasers and for the body cameras and things of that sort. I mean, there's all sorts of individual items that by themselves wouldn't rise to a capital item, but when you multiply that by the number of items that we purchase and the overall contract over a period of time, it does matter. So the same thing goes for Public Works. I mean, there are a number of items that I'm aware of that I believe the Public Works Director that we've discussed in the past, but I don't know that they're captured anywhere and laid out in such a methodical way. We also have to look at all the roads. Every road that the town of Tilton is responsible for should be listed and have a plan. In
They
terms
are
of,
listed.
But I think right now, we're talking about the capital for the equipment line. And they want to increase it by $20,000, which we just found out about tonight. And we need to find out with this budget, before we can approve it, where are we going with it? Or we can't really just go ahead and approve it.
well, what I will do, so that you have the information that you need, I will make the time available to spend with Kevin and come up with something so that you can make a decision on the highway equipment.
Is this a sole source type bid? Because I heard one price, so I don't know. Are we looking at multiple manufacturers? That would be one thing I'd be looking at if you want to get a yes out of me.
I don't know who made the yellow machine to begin with, but that seems to be, I'm sure that's probably one, is that one manufacturer? I don't know.
Yeah, but, okay. Go around and watch them there. There's times they struggle just like the multi-ones, so I'm not
I think
sure.
he's coming down to the, from what I got from Kevin, was he came down to the fact that what we have doesn't work, and he has to do something, and it's gonna cost some money. So, just going with that, and then when the time comes, we have to make a decision on whether that's the proper piece or not, but.
Right now, it's whether to put the 20,000 in or not and buy it by loan. We'll just finance it.
For this year's budget, yeah,
That's the question.
up that.
Okay, moving right along.
So anyway, the revaluation fund, last year we had put money in, so we don't have to put that much money in this year, and I have a plan laid out as to how we will pay for our reval in 5 years.
What's your plan?
I don't have it in front of you, but I'll be happy to email it to you
Okay.
so that you have it. But it's just basically divvying up the cost over the 5 years, and we've accumulated more money than we needed to in that capital reserve fund. So each year it would be a smaller amount than we've historically done.
Okay.
So if you were to take our total departmental requests, add to it the sewer commission pass-through for the total operating budget of $5.8 million, add to that $141,000 of warrant articles, keeping in mind that we don't yet have a number for the police building bond, and we also don't have a number for the collective bargaining agreement, which does not appear on your list, but will on the next report that you get. So we should have those, I would think, within the next few weeks. In any event, so we're looking at $5.99 million for the estimated 2020 appropriation without those two items. Our estimated revenue I'm recommending is $2.338 million. That is going to appear on the next page, which I'll go over with you. And once you factor in the adjustments for war service credits and overlay, we're looking at a net estimated appropriation of $3.7 million, or a $6.10 estimated rate for the municipal rate, for a reduction of 4.39%. On the back page of the cover, you'll see our estimated 2020 revenues. And the unaudited column, the 2019 unaudited, you'll see next to the 2019 budget. These are through yesterday. The big items that we have yet to receive, obviously the biggest is the rooms and meals item at the end of December. And that'll take us up and over our budgeted revenue for 2019. For 2020, there are some items that I have in here. I increased our motor vehicles. They've been incredibly strong. You can see we're already at $691,000 just for permit fees. So we'll probably end up somewhere around $750 this year, but this is one of those that does appear to be, it does fluctuate with the economy. So if we do have a downturn, you know, I'm still backing off about 6% off of where I think we're going to end up this year. And we've been conservative on those numbers for years, but not overly conservative where we're holding back too much. The other item in here, if you scale down to miscellaneous income refunds to town, third from the bottom, that $105,000 includes the municipal shared revenue from the state, the second year of that. So also in the sale of town property, we have that one piece of property that was auctioned in the building lot on Highland Avenue extension, and the auction price was $25,000 at the time, and I have no reason to believe it wouldn't sell for that or more possibly, since it has sewer and water on the road and natural gas, if the board were to sell it. Otherwise, you're looking at tax deeded properties there, which we didn't have any this year. Lastly, on interest, you'll note on here, we've already received about $18,000 in interest this year, and I'm projecting $18,500 for next year. And you'll see when we're going through the finance department, the cost of our tax anticipation note is going to be roughly $21,600 because we're going to be borrowing more and at a slightly higher rate is what I'm anticipating. So the combination of those, if you're to look at this net offset, we're looking at maybe about a $3,000 difference there. So in any event, those are our revenues. Any questions on revenues?
Highway recycling, why is that so low?
So this is money that we receive either from NRRA, you know, through our collections of metals, batteries, what have you. It is, we've
That's
only
separate from
received.
our recycling program.
Oh,
And
yes.
recycling markets are down.
They are way down, yeah, and
Yeah.
we've
Something? Question?
Yeah, I was just curious on sale of town property.
mhm.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Sale of town property.
I thought that was the answer. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Excuse me, I thought that was the answer, but Tim, did you have an answer for Pat's question?
I'm fine, just keep
That's
going.
no, just other than we've received $3,229 year to date, and I don't anticipate we're going to receive much more, so I budgeted $3,500 for this next year for recycling income.
Thank you.
Gene?
On the sale of town property, Tim, assuming, let me just ask this, where did you come up with the 25,000? How did you come up with that
The
number?
25,000 was the last auctioned winning bidders amount, and that was about, was it 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
More
So,
than that, about 5,
Maybe
6.
not.
so if they're successful at town meeting with the police station, would not the sale of the police department be something that would?
It would, yeah. exactly. And the town meeting from, I believe it was either 2010 or 2011, had approved the sale of that building. The selectmen could sell that building, so that would be included in that, were we successful.
So would that be included on this line?
The only thing is in the best case projections from what I've seen, the new building won't be constructed until the very end of 2020. So more than likely, the sale wouldn't occur until 2021. So it'd probably be in our budgeted 2021 revenues, would be my guess. Unless they're, very quick in doing so, I suppose.
On the same note, we have town fair, town fair that different businesses are offering to donate money and making pledges. Would that amend this amount, or how would that be applied?
I guess it depends on how that materializes. Whether they purchase things directly and donate them, or whether somebody to purchase a dispatch workstation, or or pay for some portion of it, or whether it's actual monies received. That would be revenue, but it would be offsetting the cost of the project. So I'd have to look at, there are different ways of looking at donations in kind versus monetary donations. So I'd have to take a look. But either way, if there's any revenues that we can use to help offset our municipal budget, I will be looking for them and pulling them in. I'm constantly on the lookout for anything that we can use.
Yeah, a little follow-up from that question. If they do donate money to the town for municipal use, who would be steering where that money goes? Wouldn't that be the Board of Selectmen, as opposed to them saying, well, instead of giving us cash, buy us?
Well, and I guess it all depends on the structure of how it would be set up. So if the monies are donated for a particular purpose, pardon me, they would be restricted for that purpose. If it's general to just to help offset the cost of the building, and that's how those are donated, we would have to use, we couldn't use those monies for any other purpose other than to offset the cost of the building. If they were for a particular item, flagpole or benches or something else, the board in accepting that would be restricted, to use that money for those purposes. So,
Another conversation.
right. So it really depends on how things are structured, and it's a little early for some of that, but we'll have to work that out. What seems the most likely. But either way, it will be very welcomed. Any offset to the costs or purchases or in-kind work would be very welcome, I'm sure. So getting into the budget, on page 1, the administrative budget. So there are, again, in this budget, I'll just remind you that the blue shaded items are generated from payroll records, and the yellow shaded are requests, or other requests. So, and also within the budget, the merit pool hasn't been distributed yet. That will be very soon, so I can get that in front of you to be signed before the end of the year. But in any event, going down through this list, the most notable items here were the reduction in overtime, administrative overtime, and that's largely due to the fact that the administrative assistant isn't attending the meetings at night, and that she's doing the minutes from recordings. The merit raise pool has reduced slightly, and that's due to personnel changes. Dues are down slightly. We've reviewed these, I think now, this is the 4th time going through this particular list, but the most notable items there are that overtime, and then on the second page, when we get into the miscellaneous expenses, we went through that. We made changes and established a maximum for the candy. Let's see. We reviewed the number of elections that we have for 2020, so there being 4 elections. That drives a tremendous amount of the cost associated with election registration, moderators budget, supervisors, the checklist budget.
I have a question. Did we find out the information on what I had requested for salary moderator, the people that ballot clerks and people like that?
No, not yet. It's on the list.
There's some minor changes within the taxes, retirement, and so forth, again, due to personnel changes, health insurance as well, again, due to personnel changes. And this health insurance line, this covers essentially the town hall location, so everyone that works within town hall is eligible for health insurance. On page 3, we have the tax map update, which I'd like to discuss a little more with you. That's that top item. We have the reappraisal of property. This is based off of Avatar's assessing contract that they've supplied the town. Right now, I believe it's a, is it a 1 year that we have, that they are reviewing?
This last year?
Yes.
Well, the last way we left it, when Lauren was here reviewing the contract, because it's a 5-year contract currently, was that any questions that anyone had, they were going to send to me, and I would send them to Lauren, and she would get the answers back to the selectmen. So,
I don't really have questions about the contract. I guess I do. I just would like to add back the things that were in the old contract that they've reduced.
and she was more than amenable to doing that. She had said to me, and I think she said it at the meeting as well, that they have a standard contract, and that's what you saw. The previous contract, that original, the contract that's in place right now is one that Tilton asked for those additional items to be put in. She has no issue with that. She's willing to put those back in as well. So that's a non-issue as far as she's concerned, and she will do that. I think the outstanding issue was the number of homes that were going to be looked at. Remember, there were like 618 per year over a 2-year period, 618 per, I don't have it in front of me, but that's my recollection, per year, versus over a 5-year period, she was going to do 210 a year. And I think there was some concern from the selectmen that she wasn't reviewing enough. In her contract, she did say that if the data they have is good, but if it's not coming back well, they would up the number of homes that they start to look at. They would increase that review. So that was one of the big issues. So I hadn't heard anything back from anyone, and that's what I was waiting for. But other than, like I say, other than those little issues that you and I went through, she was more than happy to do that.
But in their previous contract, they did look at more homes.
They did. That is the big issue, and that I haven't heard anything. So basically, we're waiting to get those questions to give to her for a response back to you. I think she's more than happy to do a 1-year contract, because I did have that discussion with her. She said, you know, the difference between a 1-year contract and a 5-year contract is a 5-year contract locks in the price that they have with the board, with the town. But if you want a 1-year contract, I don't think, based on the conversation, she would have an issue with that. That's just the benefit is if you go with the 5-year.
So keeping in mind that the utility work would be additional in the contract. So we have
Yes.
budgeted for some hours of utility work.
And that was because of House Bill 700.
So anyway, pardon me.
But, I'm sorry, but just as a reminder, it does expire at the end of the year, so got a couple more weeks and you need some direction about how you want to move forward on that contract.
RFP. I want to sign it.
Please don't sign the one we have.
I'm like, put back the original and then I want to sign it. You're done.
So anyway, that's the reappraisal of property. We've kept legal the same. At one point, I'd taken this down a little bit, but we decided to bring this back to what the 2019 budget was. Janitorial, we're paying the same amount for our new company as we were for our old company. It is paid differently, but over the course of the year, it will work out.
I thought it was going to be cheaper.
No, it's the same. I believe it's the same amount.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I had hoped to have an agreement for the heat for natural gas today, but I didn't get a refresh of the pricing on that. But I think we will be putting in place at least either a 7-month or 12-month, just so that we're not floating along on a monthly basis, even though it's a higher rate than what I would like. Coming down to maintenance and repairs, town hall maintenance and repairs, we're planning on encumbering $18,200 for the air conditioning for the second floor here. Bless you. And which would require us to sign a contract before the end of the year. I know that there were some people in earlier this week doing some investigation, some electricians looking at the building, so I would think we would have something for you soon. If you, of course, it is something that has been discussed for some time, and also just keep in mind we do spend a lot of money in electricity during the summer months. Heat or air conditioning this space up here with the number of air conditioners that we have running. So that'll be a decision hopefully for the board to be able to make before the end of the month. Otherwise, we will not be able to, if we don't have something to sign or execute, we won't be able to encumber those funds. Everything else is, pretty much as we discussed. The increases in the Lakes Region Mutual Fire Aid, it's due to their radio infrastructure, so we've taken on some increase there. I've described the increase in workers' compensation. Not only was it our claims experience, but also the absence of a premium holiday on the workers' compensation insurance, and so that accounted for that increase. And then lastly on that page, the top item, the GIS data updates and web service. So we were looking to spend $6,000 this year to do the shape files and convert all of our parcels over. And then the $3,000 budget for 2020 would be for the, putting those shapefiles on the web and having those accessible to citizens. So that's, again, it's something that whether or not you're prepared to talk more about tonight, it really is something that I'll be happy to send you out again, the list of towns they have, the websites that you can go to see if you think that that is important for us. I do think from my discussions with people that are involved in planning and zoning, they view this as a very positive tool for the town to have. But keep in mind, it will cost us $3,000 a year from here on out.
And that's the presentation you made
That's correct. Yeah.
before.
Actually, it'll be more than 3,000. The first year we have the updates, so it'll be anywhere from about 3,750.
So this year, the 3750, can we encumber it?
If we were to sign a, well, we wouldn't, there really wouldn't be anything to encumber for it this year. We would be paying for the, well, what we would be encumbering is the services, because more than likely they wouldn't be able to convert all the shape files. So we'd be encumbering that $6,000 for that activity. We're the board to sign this year.
John?
Peter?
So have we, based on the price, have we looked at other options like ESRI, ESRI, which is what Johanna's using now? We only have a single use license, so we're only paying like $400 a year.
Right. Except when there's a whole new release level. Occasionally they will require you to buy a whole new, you can update so many times, but then you have to buy a new release. The last time we did that, I think it was $1,500 or thereabouts. No, I haven't. This seemed to be the most prevalent solution out there. This was what Leanne was most familiar with and was recommending. So,
Is this a sole source? I don't know.
well, it's certainly an option.
It's something that the department head is already comfortable with.
One
And
department
knows.
head,
Huh?
one department head,
But if you,
That's gonna be using it all
will
the
they
time.
be the primary user? It sounds like something that Public Works could use.
oh, certainly, it's very, very easy to use. I spent 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes with it
But you're a
before.
computer group.
Well, not really, but
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 it's also something that we're set up that the public would access from our site.
oh, absolutely.
You
Yeah.
can configure
So it
it.
does sound user-friendly, so it doesn't,
Right.
And it's widely used in the area, so were we to hire people from other towns that had experience in land use, more than likely, if you look at that list of their clients and who has this online right now, more than likely they would have had some, at least an introduction to it, if not experience with it. So,
Jim, the 750 was for adding additional things on, and you spoke, I forget what you said about it could generate some revenue to cover for that additional 750?
right. So the 3,000 that you see here budgeted for 2020 that's purely the web service. And so in addition to that, in 2021, we would have to not only pay for the web service, but we'd also have to pay for them to do any of the updates to the shapefiles. So that would be any new lot line adjustments, subdivisions, things of that nature. And what I had discussed with the land use coordinator and the town administrator was that we should be able to put into our application process a fee that were somebody successful going before the planning board for a lot line adjustment, there'd be some nominal fee that would cover the majority of that work. So right now they charge $80 an hour, and a lot line adjustment could be a half an hour or less, depending upon the complexity of it. A parcel subdivision could be an hour or more, but in discussing this with the land use coordinator, we felt like $50 for a lot line adjustment and maybe $100 for a subdivision would make sense. Because if you have somebody come in and subdivide and have 30 lots, the town's not going to want to have a burden of $3,000, you know,
Put on to the
to
other taxpayers.
put onto the other taxpayers for that, because that's benefiting the applicant.
Mhm.
So and of course, this would be something that would have to be approved, I believe, by the planning board for the fee, but it would only be levied in the case where they were successful and their lot line adjustment was approved or their subdivision was approved. So anyway, that was how we foresaw offsetting the cost of updating, the majority of the cost of updating. It probably wouldn't cover everything, but.
And if we don't go for this, we decide not to,
Right, so
we just carry on as we have been?
I would say we carry on as we have been, spend the $500 to $1,000 a year with Avatar doing the manual maps, and,
So we don't need this?
no, we don't need computers either.
No, we don't.
We bring back the abacus?
We might need more people, but we're not gonna need all kinds of things.
I have a whole box of pencils and sharpeners with them.
I don't doubt it. So, in any event, it is, if you recall, also the ability to produce an abutters list, mailing labels. That's a real time savings for your current personnel, so that they're not spending their time doing that sort of thing,
That's
opposed
the
to
receipt.
spending time with, with people walking in, needing, help determining things. So I think
Plus the
they're
information on your fingertips around and
right.
saves you the time of researching.
Particularly for citizens that would otherwise have to come into town hall, come upstairs, sit down with someone, look at maps. So, there are going to be some cohort of people that are going to be much more comfortable going online and sort of doing their investigation first, then coming in with the more substantive questions once they've sort of figured out, what they're trying to do or what they'd like to, look into more. So I think it would also help unburden maybe some of the more rote activities that the land use coordinator might be handling today.
What is the total we pay per year for all these wonderful computer programs that we have?
It's right here.
in here.
It's right here.
in here. Yep.
For all of them?
Yeah.
In one place, we're gonna have to have them.
You get rid of them all. No, I got them all. Believe me.
So if I go to find,
Some of them are the bane of my existence.
$101,000 for IT budget. Services is
So
$22,500.
this particular item, though, is in the administrative budget because of the tax map update. And this is where we would intend for it to stay. So my question to the board is it premature to try to arrive at a decision today, or do you feel comfortable in making that decision and moving forward with this?
with the GIS?
Yes.
I say go forward.
I'm a yes.
I make a motion to go forward with the GIS program.
I'll second it.
The which GIS
Discussion.
program?
The one that Tim Pearson is recommending
There you go.
for the department head, land use department head. It costs $37.50 for the first year.
Is that correct?
Well,
Well, we
Clarify that.
keep out the numbers.
$6,000 for the conversion to be paid for in 2019 monies, $3,000 for the web services in the budget for 2020.
What Tim said.
And that 6,000 came from the money that was already budgeted for a different type of
That's
service
correct.
that we already
It's slightly
Yes.
more than what we
had
had
planned,
originally budgeted.
by $500.
Yes.
By 500, right?
Yes.
If we can,
If it helps, I've been Greg Holder. On the Enfield website, I've been doing some tax comparison between Tilton and various communities. The software is just incredible. It really is, and I could see a public safety issue as well if there was a a water main, a gas break, whatever it might be, you can within seconds find out everyone around that, who lives there, how to get in touch with them. So it's a really powerful tool, and I just, I think from a town standpoint, it would benefit a lot of people.
And you don't work for the company that provided it. Disclosure statement.
Thank you.
Here?
Tim, is the annual fee based on a certain number of users? So much per user?
No,
So no matter how many we throw on, is that saying 37.50 or whatever?
3,000 for the web piece.
Yeah.
The 750 is really a time and materials
Oh,
estimate.
okay.
The $3,000, it's based on population tier,
Okay.
so we fall within that particular tier that's $3,000. That's how it was explained to me, brother. So it's unlimited users.
Any other discussion? Comments? Ideas? Questions? Okay. Quick call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
I'm gonna decline to vote. I just think I think it's a want, not a need.
I think
And all of our
So-
software
It's more a
programs are
need than
not
a want.
in place.
So moved for
I would rather
one
have,
declining to vote, so
I would rather have the applicants create their abutters list, because if we're creating them and they're wrong, who's at fault?
So I will have an agreement for you to execute this next week. Thank you. So moving along, again, I'll just reiterate, for us to be able to encumber the monies in the town hall maintenance and repairs line, we would have to have something to execute this year. Jeannie is aware of that, I'm aware of that, so we'll be making sure we keep close eye on that. In the town clerk tax collector budget, starting on page 4, if there are no other questions about the administrative portion. So here, again, the town clerk tax collector has requested a 3% increase, and that's what that 64,382 represents. Everything else here, the major item is the election preparation line, and that has gone up again because of the number of elections in 2020. And that's where we have ballots, voting machine maintenance, and so forth. So there's not a lot to her particular budget, but
I have a question too. On the salary town clerk tax collector, if it's something that's voted on at town meeting, why is it in our budget? Because it would automatically go through unless it was voted on. Had it been the regular amount, then they would have to vote to amend it to increase it.
well, and some towns actually, I believe, have a separate warrant article that that covers the town clerk tax collector salary. It really is, it's really hard to determine. I believe the town clerk tax collector feels as though when it's put through at the base rate that she's put at a disadvantage at town meeting. I don't know one way or the other. This was her personal feelings about it. But I think whatever the board wants to do, if the board wanted to have it as a separate warrant article, what this demonstrates here is it shows what she's requesting and what that means to our budget were it to pass. So, but it does require that it would have to be discussed at the meeting for somebody to understand that this is purely up to town meeting.
Years ago, when we found out that we were doing it all wrong. The way we do it now is the way we were advised to do it. Put it in there, the request, and we leave it alone, and we let the legislative body vote on it. It's transparent because you can see what it was
Right.
before,
And what the increase is.
what it's wanting to go up to. It's very transparent. They advised us, this is what we do.
So I guess my question is that, once it's in here and we approve the budget, then that increase of 3% is approved by the Board of Selectmen.
Yes,
It's approved by the taxpayers.
by the taxpayers.
Approved by the Board of Selectmen for produced at the budget.
No.
I mean,
No.
hang on, let me restate that. Once these numbers, and we say we approve this budget, and that number's in there, that means we are approving a 3% increase for the town clerk tax collector.
It
It's
means
not-
that the legislative body approves.
And then they approve it.
No. We put it in there, remember, they're not voting on our
Right.
budget. The selectmen's budget is the default budget.
Right.
They're voting on the budget
budget
committee's
committee's budget.
But
So when they
our,
vote on it, the budget committee's budget, because I get a feeling they're gonna be in all the dates, they vote on the budget committee's budget, and they approve that amount, that's the amount that we pay the town clerk, tax collector, and we don't change it or alter it. That's the
but we
board's
are
budget.
going through every budget line right now, and we're looking at these amounts, and we're adjusting because we agree or disagree with them.
Right.
And we're not changing that one. So we
But
don't
if
have
the
a problem
budget
with it.
committee does,
But
John,
I'm talking about the Board of Selectmen.
right, but if we don't change it, it's not gonna go to the town meeting. If the budget committee changes it, that's what goes
It's
to the
the
town
budget.
meeting.
Correct. But they're looking at, and the Budget Committee also looks at it, is what is the Selectmen recommending? And that's,
That's what
Yeah.
you're concerned with.
Right,
Which they shouldn't do, they should be independent.
well, then,
Yeah, they should.
They should care less what we think, they should do what they think.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and they, just so that you know, last night at the budget committee meeting, I went through the department request budget with them in total, so from soup to nuts. You know, they have this budget and have already started working on it.
I mean, I, as a selectman, I'm looking, all the employees are getting at 2.5%, but we have one person that's getting a 3%. Why would we not say that we say 2.5%?
Because she's not an employee?
But we're representing the taxpayers.
She's an elected official?
I'm,
Why is she in the town budget?
Because the town pays her salary.
She's a totally separate
well, I see where
entity.
John's
Ask
going
her.
with this
It's
stuff.
money that you have to raise and appropriate, so you either, I mean, you can if you want, you can make it a warrant article. Those are your two choices. But this is the way, because it's always been part of the budget, this is just what they suggested we do.
That is correct. I do remember
Remember that? Because it was in the budget, it always had been. But, you know, it didn't, yeah. But, so those are your two choices, either put in the budget, leave it alone, let the legislative body adjust it, or make it a warrant article.
So we're not yaying or naying an elected official's raise. What we're doing is putting it in there and allowing the taxpayers to yay or nay it, because we don't, as elected official, we don't have, really, we want them to have the say on it, not us.
Because we're putting it in there at the elected official's request,
Yes,
not our request,
right.
her request.
that.
That's
It does seem to get reviewed at town meeting each year. It is
Big
discussed.
discussion in here.
Right.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so it's not as though it's,
But I think if you feel that way, you can always, at town meeting, say, make a motion to amend for 2.5% based on the fact that the selectmen across the board has given merit increases at 2.5% for all town employees, therefore I'm recommending, amending it to 2.5%, something like that. If that's what you so wish.
or anybody else at that town meeting.
right.
But-
Okay, so that is the extent of the town clerk tax collector budget. Again, the majority of that increase is due to the election preparation line for the 4 elections we had in 2020. In the finance department, here there are a few increases, and I did bring down printing slightly. The one area that I believe we're going to come in a little under in terms of this year for the our TAN. You may have seen in the manifest that we're paying off $2.2 million today, and that will save us some money. So we're looking at about a almost a $20,000 unaudited expense. I think by the time the dust settles, and I've got to see what the final interest is for December. So we'll come in under budget there. And if you recall, we had about $18,300 in interest revenue coming into our revenues as well. So, but this item here, what has me concerned is if for some reason the building bond does not pass, we will have to make a modification so that we can pay off the architectural and engineering fees, and we're not hit with those in one fell swoop. So my plan will be for a 5-year repayment, a short-term note with a bank, and we have 5 years with which we can finance that from the time that it was approved at town meetings last year. So, but in the interim, I'm anticipating that our cash needs are going to be higher next year because of it. Whether or not, the interest rates are, we're looking at maybe another increase. There's just a lot of uncertainty out there right now. So, so that's why I'm holding that at 21.6. Ordinarily, it would be under 20,000. In terms of long-term debt, you can see that it's there's a slight change this year. Next year, you'll see that there's actually going to be a slight reduction. It's not going to be huge, but this is our refinanced sewer debt, and it matures in 2036. And I'll also note for you too that the payment schedule for that, the majority of that comes out in January, and then there's a payment in July. But when you see your January budget reports and you see that that's 65% spent, just keep in mind that's because of the payment schedule, and we don't have any control over that. That's the bond itself. In information technology, here you go, Catherine. So here's where you're going to find the salary information, hardware, software services, communication supplies. I brought this particular budget down from the last iteration you had, I think by, I want to say maybe about $1,800, $2,000. And that was largely because the equipment that we received from the federal government, from the courts, I hadn't had a chance to go through at the time, and I have had since then. And we have 5 incredibly good systems that just is beyond me why they get rid of equipment. But we're fortunate to have it at a zero cost. The only thing I've got to supply are the licenses. So I have those budgeted, but I was able to bring down the hardware some. Software, I also brought down the additional users for the PED, and if you'd like, I can explain my rationale for that, but in general, I'm agreeing with the board that this is a management issue, and they should be able to manage to their 13 users, and that they will have to make adjustments when they are unable to. Meaning there are a few times during the year when they have conferences or special events where they've got additional people in-house, and they're just going to have to be aware of how they're going to manage that, and that not everyone can hop onto their application software. The other items here, again, we've discussed in the past, the permitting application, the work order management application, assessing, tax collect, clerk, and then our accounting software. So these are all the softwares in total that that are running, that was your question, Catherine, so software total is $29,278.
Isn't Cellbrite a software program?
It is, I mean, you could make the case also for the GIS. The Cellbrite is, that is, it has been paid for with a donation in each year that we've had it, up until this year. And
So that's,
up
should
to,
be added to this amount?
it could be moved into this budget, if you like, from the police budget.
So you're at,
Can
what,
I ask you a question?
$3,700?
Can I ask you a question?
Huh?
Catherine's finished.
You're
It's
saying
30,
it's an additional 37?
it is
This one would be
$3,700.
3, so now you're up to 4,000 plus 29?
What's that? I didn't follow your.
GIS is 3, right?
Yes,
So you add that to the,
so you'd be looking at $6,700 if you were to take those two lines and move them into this budget. Is that
yeah,
what you're wanting to do, or?
I just wanted a total.
Okay.
And I knew it wasn't
I
in
see.
one location.
Oh, no, I understand that, okay. And there may be a few other things like that.
Well, I'm looking for
Actually, if,
the police use one, that over all encompassing, I gotta look up state police.
no, well, the only other thing is the body camera evidence software that we use, which is part of our contract that we
It'd be
pay
interesting to
annually.
know what that total is for all the software that we pay for.
I think you hit it, so I can, $25,978 if you end up approving the Cellbrite once we get to the police department budget.
So, I guess one of the things that I've always noticed is that a lot of the, I'm sorry, Pat, I completely forgot about you. I said you were next, and then of all people, of all people, I was the only kid.
John, you're,
Go ahead.
you're forgiven.
Thank you.
Tim, is there a way that for our purposes, for the selectmen's purposes only, that you can break out IT information in all of this into their own categories, body cameras, what belongs in police, add it to police for a total, what belongs in town hall, what belongs in public works?
Yeah, I have that.
Because this just doesn't really give me a clear picture as like what Catherine is questioning down there, because I see that we're spending $22,559 on services, but it really doesn't give me a clear picture. Is 60% of that PD? Because now we're gonna go into the PD budget and you're gonna say, oh, we're down, I don't know, down or up. But we're really not, because IT, it's absorbed in IT because we've got extra services now in IT. I wanna see what's in IT put in the right category as PD of Public Works. Is that fair? Can you do that?
I can absolutely break that down. If you would like to see it in these, in the notes underneath, I can
Well,
break
I'd
it
have
out
to-
that way and.
I'd have to write each single one out and then put it in my own category.
Well, no, I
You
can,
want me to do
no, I
more?
can,
I will.
no, I'm saying I can do that for you, or I can have a separate schedule that shows all these different items by location,
Just even on the,
which I have that already. I
Okay.
just would need to send it to you.
that would be
can
great
send that to
if
the
you
board.
could. Am I the only one that really does that kind of thing?
Well, what I was going to say, ditto, Pat.
You were? Okay.
You,
Okay.
As far as the budget's concerned, I
Thank you.
like it all in IT. It's like, I'd like you to move Cellbrite in there so that somebody, like the question I asked, could go, whoa, look at all the stuff that we pay for.
Mhm.
We buy all this air.
If the board would like to move Cellbrite and the GIS, I'm more than happy to put them both in. It is just simply an easy move.
Why are we paying for all this Verizon Wireless? What, do you have an account of which ones we have?
I do.
Can we also get the list of who owns what? I mean,
Yeah,
do we need 6 air cards? Are those the cruisers?
They are mostly the cruisers, so we have those in the frontline cruisers, and then there are detectives tablets that have those as well. So theirs are movable, but they are assigned to them. So we have those. We also have some undercover wireless items that are paid for in this budget through Verizon.
Okay.
So that they utilize. And then there are also cell phones for the vehicles, which I'm trying to replace. My plan is to use a voice over IP soft phone on our tablets, so that when they have to call a victim or someone, they can use that. The trouble is the coverage. We still suffer some coverage issues in and around the areas, and the phones that they have are predominantly flip phones in the car, and they're rarely used. But when dispatch radios an officer and so is called in, and they've been trying to get a hold of them, they don't have to use their personal phone to call them. They can use one of these phones.
For safety reasons.
Yeah, I had a question on that one. VoIP would require a subscription for each VoIP card that has that option on it, right?
Say again?
So to have VoIP
Oh, yes.
installed, it would be a subscription cost. So that would actually cost more, so they'd have a cell phone and, I mean, it just doesn't automatically update, right?
No, I can acquire those very inexpensively, about $1 a month per device. So, if that. Yeah, it would be very inexpensive. The only thing is, it would have to be reliable across the town, and because of our peaks and valleys, peaks are no problems, the valleys that are a problem. We even have, as you may be aware, we have some even radio coverage issues, which has better coverage than broadband. So.
Yeah.
But that's my goal is to get rid of those things, to find some other type of solution. So as technology improves or the coverage improves across town, at some point we'll be able to do that. Those phones, though, are a more minor cost of the total bill. Probably the largest phone user is the chief, as you might imagine. Outside of that, it's the air cards are very widely used. That's what they're using in the cruisers to communicate with the county, state police information, that sort of thing. So, any other questions on the software services? The body cameras, we're in our 3rd year of our 5-year contract. That's been working very well. They have run out of space on evidence.com, but I've advised them, that's not something I have access to, but I've advised them to review their retention policies, because not everything has to be saved forever. And there are different tiers that you can set up, but they have to properly categorize them when the body camera video is stored. And there is more than sufficient storage that we pay for there. So this is something that they've got to go through and do a house cleaning at some point. But they've been doing that piecemeal just to keep enough space. But I think once they get some time to work on that project, we shouldn't have to add any additional space to that. It can also be offloaded as well if there are things that need to be retained locally. So it's not as though it's gone for good. Let's see. Supplies. I did take down the supplies line. So as you may recall, we've had 3 color copiers that utilize the same supplies in Town Hall, and as I said last year, I was looking to sunset those printers. There's only one user that has stubbornly refused to give up their color printer, and the health officer for that matter. But the way I look at it is we've got 2 other color printers that we can use for parts that will keep that thing going for a while. But the reason we're able to reduce this is that the supplies for our Xerox copier that we got for free from the courts, thank you, the supplies for that last longer than the color printers. The quality is higher on that, and they're about the same price as what each individual supply that goes into those smaller color printers costs. So we are actually ahead of the game, and so that's why I was able to reduce that line some. Any other questions in the IT department?
Is there anything else that we should be questioning?
Well, I can tell you that the Friday after Thanksgiving, I'm happy to say we had a very successful time here. I was anticipating problems come the following Monday morning, and we had no problems. So that was really wonderful, and we're in really good shape here, network-wise and server-wise, as are we at the PD. The big project for IT is the migration to Windows 10. The PD is about done, and that's what will be taking place here in Town Hall in the beginning of the year. So February, Windows 7 will be sunsetted, and we will have Windows 10 run on all desktops.
So are you all set with cabling?
No, as a matter of fact, now that we have walls up and the dust literally is settling, I think we're going to be in a position where we can bring in a company to give us some quotes, get some quotes from people to recable the building. It'll make a huge difference in terms of speed. We have known bottlenecks that have been either wired by individuals, including myself, and or electricians. So hopefully soon that we'll be doing that. Do you want to keep going?
Well,
through the
we've got,
budget, or-
we've got Doug Wade that's coming for, talk to us for 15 minutes.
I could certainly use
That's
some
three
more.
sessions. So maybe we could just jump into that if they're ready, and then go back. We can talk about it for... Okay, yeah. Doug, if you want to come down, why don't you sit up front and introduce yourself? Gail will be taking minutes, but she's not here, so we have to hear what you're saying over the microphone. Sit right up here with us, and then she can hear it on the microphone and enter into the minutes. But usually you have to be pretty close to the microphone. As you can see back here, you don't hear it. So.
All right. Good evening. My name is Doug Wade. This is my wife, Janice Clothier. And I am asked to meet with you folks tonight because I have a question, which you're probably going to have a lot of people ask questions on the taxes that we received for property tax this year. One of the first questions I'd like to do is we'd like to, I believe Avatar is the one that did the tax assessment, is that correct?
Yes.
We'd like to ask people in Avatar, I don't think you have anybody here in Avatar tonight.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask them if they have, they can give us a copy or see how they get their comps. That's one of our questions, if that is doable. For our new assessment. Our assessment last year, 2018, was $183,500, and this year, 2019, is $264,600, and I don't know if to say the word ridiculous, but that's okay. You understand what I'm saying? It just put us. It was shocking. I put it that way. Very much shocking. It increased by $81,100. And I know we're all in the same boat together. No question. Another question I had is, few years ago, 4 years ago, in 2016, I looked into solar panels. And I invested in solar panels for my home. And we are totally set up on solar panels for our whole house. And we have enough to store. That a lot goes back to the grid. And we were also never assessed on that. We never had any type of a assessment on the solar panels. And this year here, they came out with a assessment of $16,800 or something. On the tax card, that was 16,000.
60,000. There you go.
And $16,800 on that. Now, I know you all know what solar's about. I just wish everybody in the country had solar. It works. It works phenomenal. And I got to say that I did it because I wanted to cut back on my expenses of my electricity coming from Eversource, and I've done that. I feel good about it. I just don't feel like, I feel right now I'm being slapped in the back of the hand because I invested some money for my own savings. Next thing you know, I'm getting slapped with a tax on it, and it's not right. I heard that there are some towns that have right now, what is it called? It's,
They offer, some
Solar
towns-
exemption?
Yes.
yeah, exemptions.
Or
Right,
if not a full
exemptions.
exemption, then some credits towards what they're being taxed on with the solar panels. Some towns are taxing on them, some towns are not. Some towns that are taxing are offering either an exemption towards what they're being taxed on, or a partial credit towards it, something like that. And I don't know where we don't know where that stands with Tilton. We're just getting taxed on it, and then we got nothing going against that taxation. So we just are wondering where that stands and if that's going to come about or not. I don't know. But like you said, I mean, we installed the solar panels and didn't think we were going to get taxed on them like that. It was a good chunk, but I mean, everything in that went up, which, you know, and that's what I was going to say too. Like, how did Avatar come across that, and what's like the equalization ratio?
So presently, now, you have a lot of options here. You can contact Avatar, because they will set up a meeting with you,
Okay.
or they can give you some information over the phone as to how you can actually, you know, seek that to be changed, you know, your assessment. You can, and they'll explain how you can get other
Is that like a
values.
state code or town by town?
Jeannie can
Well, so,
tell you how to go about this.
so this year for Tilton, it's been 5 years since your last evaluation.
Yep.
You're done. So that's why you're seeing, you know, the difference. If you disagree with what Avatar has done, you can file the paperwork, file an application for an abatement. And we have the paperwork down in the office.
Which office is that?
Selectmen's office downstairs. If you give us an email, we can email you that information as well. So you fill out the application, you submit it, and they will look at everything, consider it, and let you know if you're successful in your abatement request. So the other option is you can also schedule an appointment to meet with Avatar directly. They are full for December in terms of meetings, but there are appointments available in January. But at this point, you will need to pay your taxes.
Oh, yeah, right.
Okay.
Of course,
Yeah.
we know that.
Okay.
Now, the other thing to do is, not last week, but the week before was when Avatar came in. Was it?
Yes, and that
You could
is,
probably look at the video of that and explain the whole process to a lot of people that were here, as to, you know,
so you can watch the video.
And that's on the town website.
Oh, okay,
and that'd be,
It's one of the selectmen's meetings.
Mhm.
okay.
And that would be really helpful.
If it helps, Greg the Holder, I'm a solar panel person too, and I got hit with 43,000. I am putting together a warrant article to get an exemption, so to go before the town meeting. I need 25 signatures of people who are registered voters in town. I have your name, so I will be coming back around, but if you'd like to help me with that.
I'm more than happy to help. I'm supposed to be meeting someone here tonight that's gonna hand me a list of names.
I have that list.
Oh, you're the gentleman.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if someone said, yes.
Yeah, I've
So
got the list.
I'll give you my name and phone number and
Sure.
email address, but this is something that I think, if you look at, there are like 234 municipalities in New Hampshire, and 135 of them have some kind of exemption. Of the 135, 98 of those towns have 100% exemption.
Yeah.
So you could argue that maybe we're a little behind right now on looking at this type of thing, given the popularity of solar right now. But there's only 24 or 5 people in town.
26. right.
26 now, so it's not a large thing, but happy to sit down with you.
So that kind of answers that question for you, and how it would get done. I believe it came before, it was defeated a few years back when it came before the town meeting. But, you know, as a warrant article, and he's gonna put it together and get signed for that, and then, you know, show up in that town meeting, the voters will decide.
The selectmen declined to have a
Declined to
warrant
have it
article
put it
for
on
an
the warrant.
exemption for solar, the last time it was brought
Okay,
up.
so, and it wasn't brought,
Can I ask why, just so we
I was
make sure
thinking
we
the same
don't
thing.
fail to make sure we have everything in?
My opinion is you're creating winners and losers. We give the break to solar, what about geothermal? You've got other technologies, it's like, and then we still have to pay the bill, so now we shove the burden to someone else where you put in a system where you're getting your electric for free, but us that are paying our electric and now have to pay that added cost because you're getting an exemption.
I can appreciate that, maybe I have the RSA's wrong, but my understanding was if you bring a warrant article to town, it has to go to vote.
Oh, yeah.
It can-
That-
Some of the language can be
that-
changed. but
that warrant article was not brought
Yeah,
by
there was no,
residents, never brought it to
Okay,
town.
I
The
I
selectmen
thought you had said. there was-
considered doing it, and
Okay.
there was a lot of the
we
public.
were
that-
asked to do it.
So if I bring a warrant article, it has to go.
A
before
petition
vote.
warrant
Yes, it has
article
to.
has to be,
That
as
was my,
long
I
as you
just want to
have,
make sure that there hadn't been.
There's a deadline for.
it is a deadline.
Yes, the fifth Tuesday, I think, before.
And you have to have 25 registered
Go for like
Tilton
40.
voters.
I'll probably get more than that, yeah.
That's what
Right.
you want to do.
Double
Right.
check them,
Yeah.
because they may not be.
Now, when you say that too, does that, like, okay, like he and I are both registered voters.
You count
That's
as
two
two.
votes,
Both
that's
sides.
two
Or
votes.
one household, but we count
Town
as
is
two.
two.
If you're not on the list, you
That's
don't
what I
count.
thought.
That's,
I
that's
just wanted to
what
make
they go
sure.
by. So, yeah.
I didn't know if it was perverse.
If you got kids living there, throw them in.
If they're
A
registered
dog, but
voters.
that doesn't work.
I can't include the dog.
No, and
I don't have solar, but I'll sign.
That's another thing, two other things I wanted to mention. I encourage the town deeply to do research on solar. It's come so far in the last 10 years. It's just, I don't have to say it. It's gone bonkers. It's gone crazy. The technology will last us 30 years. My age, I probably won't see the end of the technology that I bought, but it's tremendous. We can all sit at this table and we can say, oh, well, you know, I don't forget the money. Well, you know, find money because you're going to save money. And at the same time, God gave us two things. He gave us the sun and gave us water. And right now, I got to tell you, this sun is free. And I can't see that we have to pay for something that's coming into the sky that I have to just set up something in my backyard and get taxed.
You get it
Well,
with your view, don't you?
actually
See
see.
again?
Your view, you get it, don't you?
I get taxed on my view, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Well, that's along the same,
God given.
yeah.
that's good.
My God gave you that view, but you're getting taxed on it.
Exactly, but if I was
Exactly.
blind, would I get
Like,
taxed? That's
that
the question. You gotta
yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
You know, you get taxed on the value of your property,
Right?
and if you had the exact same house next to you and it didn't have solar, your house, both of them on the market, would be sell for more. Your house would sell for more than the other one
Because of solar?
because of
That's
solar.
incorrect. I've done my study on this.
But so,
That's
so
incorrect.
what's going to happen is be prepared when you go to town meeting.
Right.
Because, I mean, we could all sit here and debate this.
Oh, I know, I know, I
We
know.
have pros, we have cons,
Right.
but be prepared when you go to town meeting, get all the votes, and that's the way things get done.
Mine's on the ground and it's very ugly, but I don't care. Well, I do, it's on the ground, it's a nice, beautiful structure, but a lot of people.
It decreases your value, so.
28 Hamilton, what is that? You know, so it's not a good looking structure. And that's it. The other question I had to ask you was, on your tax structure, when you go up, you went full appraisal, I guess it's 100%, it's up to 100% correct now, whatever you're gonna appraise for your property. Equalization.
It's 98.8 or
Yeah.
98.2.
It's not 100, but
It's not.
Pretty close to it.
And I know that that's usually what you try to get to,
Right.
which is fine, we get that, and that's fair.
When I bought the house, and we were assessed to like, a lot lower, it was a lot lower, and I thought, boy, that's cool, that's great, I'll move into the town, I love the town, I have not found a better town in this state. This town is incredible, as far as people, police, and fire, I feel safe and everything. This is good, so it's been going up the last 10 years, I go, well, that's okay, well, that's fair, I mean, I think when I came in here, it was low, and now I'm gonna feel like I wanna pay my deed, I wanna do it. But when you jump up this far, I'm going, wow, holy mackerel. It doesn't feel comfortable.
How much was your increase in taxes, I'm just curious?
The
The overall,
value
no, the bill,
$1,300.
$1,300 increase.
44% increase in their valuation.
So,
The
talk,
average was 20.
talk to Avatar
Yeah.
and talk to Lauren, and you can meet with their, Lauren is not what you would think a tax, assessor would be. She's very helpful, and she will give you.
I have them.
Yep.
Oh, you have it all?
Yep.
I have your information, we'll get back to you.
And then they can do an abatement and adjust that amount if, and just, you get your ducks in a row, and there could be, look at your tax card, and make sure it's absolutely correct,
Which is,
triple
I think,
check
why
it.
we're saying we just want to look at the comps, like, okay, how did, we get these figures, but how did they
You
come
can
up?
get your own comps too.
Yes.
And be prepared
Yes.
with those, and she'll
Well, you got-
actually tell you how to go
We
about
haven't
doing it.
gone to get our own comps yet, we're
Right.
just
You
starting.
want
to
to
get
do
first.
that,
We'll go to Adam.
do that with your application.
And start
Because
going
you gotta
right away.
have some
Back up.
data to justify it. I don't think it's right, they're gonna just say, sorry.
Oh, no,
But if you've got the
Oh,
comps
no.
and stuff, then,
you always have to come with backup, so we just
Good.
want to make sure
Yep.
we knew where, get our ducks in a row, I guess.
Yeah, everybody wants to make sure everybody's paying their fair
Yeah,
share and
and
not,
that's
no
understandable.
errors.
We're not trying
Yeah.
to not do that, that's
No way,
not it at
no
all.
way.
We're just
I,
questioning.
Yep.
We got a great thing going in this town, I really do, from the police to the fire, everybody works hard in this town. It's a small town, and it probably doesn't get a lot of credit. And it's got a lot of bruises on one side of the town, it's got a lot of bruises on the other side of the town, but this town is a good town.
We have a lot of openings in various committees. If you'd be interested, the budget committee, I mean, seriously, we've got time, we've got some things
Did
like
you hear him
this.
say he's retired?
No, I'm not retired, I have my own business, but
Retired, but.
at 70, I enjoy what I do. I just love what I do, and I continue to work every day. But again, thank you for
very
taking
much
the
for
time
your
out to
time.
do what you're doing tonight. I want to thank you all.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you,
Anytime.
because
No.
people don't see and hear all that,
No, I haven't seen
you
this.
know? So, thank you all too.
thank you for coming.
And
Oh,
now, I can get the information on
Probably from Greg.
my email for you.
You've been talking with Gail, so we have your information.
Okay.
So she'll give you a call tomorrow and schedule time to meet with Warren.
There's another sweet lady. She's awesome. Always gives me hugs. I love it.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
Okay, yes, see you later.
Very, very good. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you
you
very
too.
much. And you've got all our information, right?
Tim, you're back on deck, yeah? Back, please.
So, in the interest of time, can you just skip through the ones that you introduced? Does that have changed since last time we looked at it?
Pardon me.
Unless somebody else has a question.
If I forget, thank you for doing it.
Well, I just had water too. At the bottom of page 6 in the land use budget, I just wanted to point out because of the recent changes in personnel, that position for the technician has been budgeted for 16 hours a week during the course of the year at, I believe it was either 16 or 16.50. So that was one change.
It was 1650.
1650. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks. Elsewhere in the land use budget, I believe everything else was the same. Again, just point out when you do go to vote on this budget, there are those alternate stipends within the Conservation Commission that are flagged
Are we gonna talk about that later, or are we gonna? Okay, good.
that per the board's signed stipend policy are not eligible. And then, as you know, we're planning on encumbering the $6,000 from economic development for the plan charrette, and budgeting $2,000 for the new year, so that would be another encumbrance. In health and welfare, only one change here, and this was reducing the general assistance line down to $20,000. I did do that in conjunction with working with Heather on that. Keep in mind too that she has about approaching $3,000 of donation money that is available to her that is accumulated over the years. So if she were in a real bind, she would have not only the $20,000 available through the budget, but also this $3,000.
Quick question on the land use. We aren't doing anything for master plan update this year? I thought we were.
So it is, so the master plan, the current master plan is on the website.
It was updated in 2007.
But was there a public hearing to accept it?
It was signed by the selectmen. I believe,
That's the question that I've been asked over and over again. My answer is, I don't know. But my understanding was there was no public hearing to accept it, which is required.
I will ask Leanne. I thought she said there was, and she had provided all the documentation. Okay.
No, I've been asked over and over again. I just said,
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just looking up, because it is right off the one that I see that's signed is December 2013. Anyway, where were we? Health and welfare. So the general assistance line was brought down to $20,000. There will be some additional expenses through the end of this month. We're sitting at $11,100 right now. I anticipate that will probably be in the $15,000 to $16,000 range by the end of the year. So we'll see. It's just getting colder. We're going to have more requests for assistance probably. In Public Works, there were no changes to this budget. Given that the Public Works Director has a number of initiatives, and he made some dramatic changes to begin with in his department request, felt that it was just not a place where it made sense to make any large-scale changes. The one item on page 10 that I would just draw your attention to again in the Parks Building and Grounds Maintenance, just as a reminder, the $16,180, which was the 2019 budgeted amount, that was actually a budget transfer the selectmen made following town meeting, moving the contracted items from the Parks Commission to the Public Works budget. And the $13,180 reduction, that represents the savings to the taxpayers by having Public Works do that, take care of the landscaping items at the Riverfront Park and also maintenance items. The $3,000 represents materials for things. And in your next budget update, I have a correction already made to the word polyurethane in the notes there, in case you're wondering. So,
Oh, yeah.
Polyurethane.
polyurethane. So anyway, and this is really important too, because this is something I harped on for years. We have had the capacity utilization within our public works crew to be able to handle this additional work. So I think, as we look at contracts, whether we do something in-house or we farm something out, I think it always makes sense to really have a clear understanding of what is our capacity. Where do our capacity levels stand? I'm sure they are somewhat seasonal in nature too. And I'm hopeful that by the use of the work order system, we're going to get better information by which, we'll start to see some trends develop as we build more and more data into it.
I have a question on this parks, building or grounds maintenance. I see herbicide and pesticide. I don't see fertilizer. Do we know what status they're at with their licensing process?
I just wrote that down last.
Yeah, the last I understood from the public works director, he
was on
indicated
track.
he was on track, and that by, I'm pretty sure he said either the end of this year or beginning, or by spring, they will be licensed.
I think it was by the end of this year.
I think it was the end of this year.
The
So he
herbicide
was,
has to be put on very, very early in the spring. And we've missed it for the past couple of years, and the lawns are showing. So it's very important to know, so that if we have to budget for that application, then we need to. He may be able to do the one later on in the year, especially fertilizing.
in the sanitation, recycling, solid waste, we are, you'll see in your manifest tonight, there's about a $6,300 item from NRRA, an invoice, and that was pertaining to Amnesty Week. So we're still, these invoices from Amnesty Week come straggling in, but we're in our, we're starting our 4th year of our contract with Bernard, so we have the 4th and 5th year, and then, so during the 5th year, we'll either be looking at options of taking that in-house or going out to bid.
I think we should start the 4th year looking at that,
I
because it's
think
gonna
so.
really start to, we really need to start to look at that.
Well, from a bid standpoint, probably maybe the 5th year, but from an in-house
Right.
standpoint,
Which way are we gonna go? We should start with the 4th year.
and as you recall, you may recall that I spent a lot of time putting together a model, talking to other towns and cities, finding out what their experiences were from not only a financial standpoint, but also an operational standpoint. And our public works director does seem to think that we will have the capacity to give that a good go in terms of investigation and possibly take that on.
Perhaps you should review that with him and update it. 'Cause you
Oh,
did do a lot
we
of
will
work
be,
on that.
we will be. So I'll plan for sometime mid-year after the audit,
Yep.
so the April-May timeframe.
That'd be good.
So as you can see, we have a 2% increase. We are purchasing additional bins, and we experience through not just the houses on School Street that are being added, but people move, sometimes take them with them, they get damaged. I know it happens. They get damaged, parts fall off of them, that sort of thing. So we do have to purchase a certain amount each year, but they've been very good about giving us bulk pricing, even with the low quantities that we're purchasing. So that was Public Works and Sanitation. In the Police Department, the most notable item here is the second line in officers' wages. So there are no increases in this officers' wages line. The decrease that you see is due to personnel change during the year. And the reason why there are no increases here for their wages is because that is budgeted, that will be in the warrant article for the collective bargaining agreement. So the collective bargaining agreement warrant article will show all the costs associated with year 1, year 2, and year 3. And that includes not just the wages, but also retirement, life, disability, taxes, everything that's associated with any wage increases. So that project, as you are aware, is ongoing right now. Other than that, there were changes in health insurance, and again, that was due to changes in plans. This page turn. There we go. And then, let's see. At the top of page 12, you'll see the Celebrate license is included in that second line. So if it is the board's consensus to have that and the GIS software moved, I can do that into the IT budget. It's up to you.
I think, seems like we have some conflicting ideas here. You want it in the IT budget, but Pat, you were mentioning that you'd like to see a breakdown of it within the IT budget as to which departments own what softwares and expenses.
Right.
So, does that make sense?
Yeah, and I will provide, it's a separate schedule that has that on it. But right now, Celebrate is not on that schedule. But, you know, again, if the board wants to move that, it doesn't have to be now, but.
So it will go into the IT budget, but in the IT budget, there'll be a total of the amount in the IT budget that's exclusively for the police department, one that's for public works, one that's for...
Yes, I can do that then. So it sounds as though you want to see that within the notes underneath the line as well.
Any way you want to do it, I'm easy, but.
Yeah, I don't
I'll
mind,
make sure-
as long as it's all in IT.
I'll make sure you got it in
People don't have to look
multiple
through the whole
ways.
budget for it.
Yeah.
And you,
I have a
you
question.
can, yes.
On that very line, 340, that vehicle inspection machine, what is a vehicle inspection machine?
So that is, we're required to pay for this machine that is what any inspection station has,
Motor vehicle.
motor vehicle inspection station has. And so this is what we use for all of our vehicles.
We
And
do our
that's
own.
at the police department.
No,
No,
this
it's
is
PD.
at Public Works.
At Public Works, they
But
do
it's
our
on the
own
left
inspection.
in police department.
Because it is benefiting the
Cruisers.
police department. It's primarily the cruisers.
Well, it's benefiting highway too, they have a fleet.
Somewhat,
Hmm.
right. I don't think the big trucks aren't done there,
No.
but the other vehicles are.
Pickups,
So, in fact, it's in one of your manifests tonight. Gordon Darby is the vendor name. I think this month was $67.10.
Isn't this the machine that
Varies.
they plug in and it produces that report?
Yeah,
Yes,
the one that you keep with this vehicle.
The one that's annoying.
Says
the one that costs us all money.
expense.
Yes.
While we're on the police budget, here's my thoughts on this. The police want a new building. They desperately need a new building. And I think that looking at this budget, that they should be able to cut a little bit more out of this budget. I think it's up to them where they can cut. And I would really like to make a motion that they cut 3% out of this budget to show the taxpayers that they really would like this new building coming up. Where they take it out, they can show us next week, or the week after, in the new budget. But I would really like to make a motion that we reduce the police budget by 3%.
So that would be a flat budget? Well, is there a second?
Bottom line by 3%.
Is there a second on that?
Well, second is the discussion.
Okay, so my question was, so you're talking to having the flat budget? Is it,
But
No, it's up 0.3%, not 3%.
Right.
Your decimals off.
You'd be looking at a $21,000 change in the budget.
right.
The only thing I would note for you is that,
Communications
With
and
the
vehicle
exception
maintenance
of
were
the-
done, Tim.
With the exception of contract negotiations.
well, So some of these items, keep in mind that new uniforms, a good portion of that is tied up with stipends, which are union contract. Well, also the uniforms that they're entitled to purchase, we under budget that with the understanding that they don't utilize everything that they're able to utilize each and every year based on experience.
Well, maybe we don't need to put all the cruises that we have out at their homes this next year. Maybe there's a manifest down there that we have brand new badges. Did anyone see that for $948?
I haven't seen it yet.
12 brand new badges.
I believe the chief talked to you about it.
Yeah.
It was the
A new design.
nomenclature of patrolman versus officer, I think.
So $948. So there's lots of little things that we could save that could mean a lot to the taxpayers, that the chief would know exactly where and put a finger right on it. I'm not the one that's gonna say, do it here, 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 here. I think he can do that. He'll know where to do that. I think between the two of you, you'll know where to do that.
Well, 3% would be very tough. 1% is 21,000, so you'd be looking at $63,000 to take out of here.
I'll amend it to 1%.
21,000. Wow. Okay.
I think it's a start to let the taxpayers know that they really want this.
Does that include the Celebrate license? In your mind, in other words, is this pre-moving Celebrate into IT?
It's the bottom line. It's
No,
the bottom line.
Well, and the reason I bring that up is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, that doesn't affect that.
So this is after you move the 3,700. I don't believe they'll be able to do it, is my professional opinion, but certainly can try.
So everything in gray is really a fixed cost, right?
Mr. Chairman, I amended my motion for 1%.
The blue shaded, those are.
So there was an amendment to the motion. Do you want a second?
That's
Amend your
somewhere.
own motion. That's interesting. Make an amendment to your own motion.
I did.
Or
I
do you-
rethought it.
are
After
you-
the
are you-
finance manager talked to me, I rethought
Or you
it.
withdraw your motion, Lee, as, I don't know.
You
I don't
want to
know.
look at it.
Well, as an amendment to your motion, you have to have that second vote on the
Okay, I'll
amendment.
withdraw my original motion and then I'll make a motion for 1%.
I'll withdraw my second.
And the new motion is for 1%. Does anybody wish to second that? I will.
Discussion, I'll do it.
So we have a second for discussion. More discussion.
The only areas that I could see you might be able to squeeze some more out of, because we have squeezed prior to this, would be office supplies. The prosecutor expense is something the board has agreed to and was in his employment agreement at the time. Dues.
But
some
in all
of the dues.
fairness, Tim, it's not up to you to defend the police
No, I
chief's
understand.
budget. And that's what you're doing right
Well,
now,
I'm,
for the sake of discussion.
well, to help
You're
move things
defend-
along.
Yeah?
Well, I would like to tell you where I think you might be able to find some. The equipment purchase line, the $2,500 that's there, the chairs and the
Chairs,
radar.
radar.
That's a fraction.
It is.
Is there a travel budget?
No, well, so
If you keep a certain car in the town of Tilton, you'll save quite a bit in fuel. Maybe two, actually.
Well, I actually did an analysis for one of the selectmen this week on two of the vehicles, and those two vehicles alone, from January through the end of November, accounted for 2,700 gallons of gasoline alone. And
Imagine.
But in any event, it's certainly a
Oh, let's
possibility.
just not struggle with it. Let's just take $80,000 right out of officers' wages.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
you
can.
can. Get rid of the night.
You got
They'll just
contract,
have to
the
make
voters
work.
have
If
to
they
do
don't,
that.
they'll have to eliminate somebody, won't they?
The voters have. So,
Call the
anyway,
question.
we have them exactly, George, description. Okay, so call the question, I think it's appropriate. So all those in favor of a 1% reduction to the PD department, say aye. Aye.
So the motion is
1%.
to have him
Re-
do it or
reduce it.
challenging him to do it? You're
Yeah.
saying reduce it.
Reduce it by 1%.
Sure, I'll vote yes or no.
We have
I will let the
one,
chief know.
hang on, we have 1, 2, 3. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
3-2, the motion prevails.
I will inform the chief and assist him in any way I can if he needs more information. I can tell you he does receive donations. Someone asked the question about travel. He does receive donations and uses those donated monies oftentimes for travel. Most recently, when he attended, and a few of the officers attended the CLEAR conference in California, or the detectives, I should say, that was paid for by donations from the business community.
How does
That was
the
a
chief of police?
$2,000 donation. That
Except
wasn't all
donation.
paid for.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How does the chief of police accept monetary donations?
I think that's a question to him.
It is. He is supposed, he
Mm-hmm.
knows the process by which the board accepts the donations, and it was, I believe, accepted by the board
This must have been a while ago then?
within the last month, perhaps, maybe about a month ago. And in any event, so I'm just trying to give you an example that oftentimes when there's something that is out of the ordinary for travel or a particular conference or something, that education assists the detectives or assists the officers in doing their police work, and well, the business community is paid for it.
I think that's
Peter?
excellent that they do that, but we
So can we ask the chief to see what he's received for donations over the years then? 'Cause-
I think our town administrator's all over it.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you.
My other question is that, a lot of times if the chief needs to, or some of the officers need to travel somewhere for some type of conference or training or something like that, he would go out into the business community and ask them to donate for it. What I'd like to do is have the chief go out and ask for donations for some of the things that are already on the budget, so that some of these things can get covered with those donations, not adding and augmenting the budget with those.
And if you recall, that Celebrate license had been donated by one of our businesses in town.
But now they're sending them to California for a couple weeks, so I like to
Right,
get
so
paid.
now we pay for the
Now we pay
celebrate.
for the Celebrate, and originally was always going to be,
Right,
Tim, I'm not talking
No, I
to you.
understand, yeah.
I'm just,
now it
but
becomes a
I
bill.
think the other selectmen agree that we,
I don't know about having the chief go out and ask for donations to support his budget, because you have to, I think one thing we have to remember, even with this 1% reduction, which I really truly think we're gonna be readdressing, because I don't think we're gonna hold it. But the chief of police can be removed for overspending his budget. And I don't wanna put our chief in any kind of tenuous situation by decisions we make here. I mean, we have to support his budget realistically. We can't
Right,
set him up to fail, is what I'm
that's
saying.
right.
but when we get things like Celebrate and those things, which are very valuable tools, we got them on the premise that this was given to us, and that like Tilton School gives money every year to support different things. Now all of a sudden, instead of supporting those things, they're supporting something new, and then that gets put onto us in our regular budget.
Well, I think we need to pay more attention to that. It's like Pat said, the agreement was that would be, financed by a business. But instead, they financed a trip instead of that. So
Well,
that we should have paid attention to. And if he's getting monetary donations, we need to pay close attention to those, and how they're received, and what they're spending them on.
There is one other dynamic, which is, as you're aware, there's an effort in the business community to raise money for the new building. So while there's a push for that, there may be less of a push to draw on these smaller amounts that they have typically done for other things. So they need to try to put more emphasis
Good point on that
on
one.
the bigger amounts of money. So in any event, okay, so I will address that with the chief. In culture and recreation, about on page 13.
Actually, some of that's what the administrator would be addressing with the chief, right?
That's fine, right?
I think
They
that's
get
more
together.
about.
No, that was part of my motion, that he would go over it with the chief. And-
No, I'm talking about some of the other points.
Oh, the donation.
The donations
part.
and that's directly for
But
them.
the
Yes.
1% part is what
Okay.
he,
Yeah, I'll-
what Tim's gonna address.
Do my best to help them get there. In the culture and recreation, so as you can see, we have still have the green committee listed here. Is that still gonna be?
One can never tell when something might get green. For a buck, I'll give you the buck right now if you want to leave it open.
Costs us a line every time we print a report. That's all right.
No, it's not easy being green.
The park commission expenses,
True.
of course, those are up slightly, but obviously much lower from historical numbers because of the move of the contracts. We do have a little money for park maintenance for the island, Hall Library, Old Home Day, and Tilton 150th. See the numbers all requested here, and then Memorial Day. I can tell you that the budget committee last night did approve 3 of these. They approved Hall as requested, Old Home Day as requested, and 150th as requested.
But they let the green committee hang? Is that what? Never mind, I'm okay.
In outside agencies, pardon me, on the last page, I will be removing the Partnership for Public Health, which is the 4th line up from the bottom, as a request made. Obviously, none will be granted, so that will disappear off your next budget iteration. The Budget Committee last night approved Park Cemetery, Lakes Region Planning, Lakes Region Mental Health, Youth Assistance. They are seeking more information for Child and Family Services, also known as Waypoint.
Planning, mental health, youth assistance.
The top 4. Those first 4 they approved. They're looking for more information from Child and Family Services or Waypoint. And then they approved Community Action Program, Franklin Visiting Nurses. They skipped Animal Control because they were focusing on solely outside agencies. They approved New Beginnings. They zeroed out Future in Sight, which is New Hampshire Association of the Blind. They reduced CASA from a request of $1,500 to $500. Yes,
They zeroed out the blind
that's correct.
because of what? I'll find out, that's not on me.
The CASA was reduced from $1,500 to $500, and the CASA one was in keeping with most of the other towns and cities in our area. Most of them were giving $500. Red Cross was zeroed out because of the orientation of it as being a national organization. As I said, Partnership in Public Health, that will be removed from your budget. The Pines was level funded, so their request of $69,750 was reduced to approved $67,250. There was no action on alternate recreation, and summer concerts were approved at $2,000. as we move through this budget process, I will start showing a column for the budget committee and selectmen approved. And you'll see those, so I'll probably, unless there's an objection to dropping off 2017 and 2018 off of here, those will eventually drop as we add more columns to the right.
I just want to make the board aware that Belknap County budget, proposed budget is down, or it might be up here in the FYI folder. And if you notice, Lakes Region Mental Health is in it for the first time in years at the rate of $32,000. So, and the budget committee wasn't aware of that last night. But that means that we're also supporting Lakes Region Mental Health through our county dollars. And by the way, if their budget is approved, it's 6.9% increase from last year.
That's Genesis, right?
Well, the 6.9% increase is the total.
Well, Lakes Region Mental Health, I think.
Lakes Region Mental Health is what was Genesis.
So, yeah, they're in there.
So anyway, that is,
So are we gonna approve some of these tonight?
We have more discussion. It's already 7:45.
I can make it easy for you if you want to approve the finance long-term debt, because that is not going to.
No, I meant the outside agencies.
Oh.
Make a motion, we approve the Park Cemetery for $6,000.
Second that. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Make a motion, we approve Lakes Region Planning, $3,640.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we,
Opposed?
oh, sorry.
So moved.
Make a motion, we approve Youth Assistance Program for $48,251.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. So, opposed? So moved.
Make a motion, we approve Community Action Program for $12,000.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Make a
So moved.
motion, make a motion, we approve visiting nurses for $12,572.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Make a motion, we
So
approve.
moved. So, before you do it,
Yep.
if anybody, I'm going to pause after I do that, so if there's any discussion, just shout out discussion.
Make a motion, we approve animal control for $5,500.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Make a motion that we approve New Beginnings for $1,575.
Motion
Okay.
and a second.
No second. Make a motion, we approve Pines Community Center for $67,250.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? So moved.
Make a motion, we approve the summer concerts for $2,000.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. They didn't submit any financial that could be turned up last night, so.
Make a motion, we approve the Red Cross for $500.
So the culture was approved. Do Do we have a second for the Red Cross?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? There was a big
I don't
pause
think
there.
we should be financing the Red Cross for the town of Tilton, small little town, nationwide organization with millions of dollars in assets.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the $500, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Nay. So that
Okay.
was
Fail.
failed.
Fail. Make a motion, make a motion for CASA for $500.
Second.
All those, discussion? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Wonder why they decided to reduce the amount of their funding. What they do is, maybe I'm missing something, because I wasn't at their presentation, but my understanding of CASA is their work is of paramount importance, especially in this day and age. They advocate for child victims who can't advocate for themselves. Why are we cutting them back?
We don't fund agencies because of the good they do. All these agencies do good. So the reason they went to $500, because if you look proportionally at the communities around us in Belknap County that support them, that was the average that is paid out. So the question really is, why would Tilton pay more for when we get less service than like a community like Laconia?
We've been in our history, the reason why I didn't go by the budget committee, because I wasn't there and I didn't hear their thing. I went on our history, it's usually been 500 or 1,000. It's been our history.
In their request, there were 14 children that were served in this past year. But Catherine is correct in that all the surrounding communities, Laconia even, I think Laconia was the high one at
Like
$1,000.
58%? And they were like, yeah.
So most of them were
Fortunately,
$500.
we were out of whack for the services we received when you compared to the surrounding communities. 1,500 was, we were paying way more than our share. They get state funding, they get
Federal funding.
a lot of funding, so proportionally, again, we were paying way more than our share. Not to diminish the good work they do, which is certainly,
What was the amount on your motion?
500.
Joe? Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion for $500 to CASA, say aye.
aye.
Aye. Opposed? Well, that was unanimous, so.
I wanted to get some money.
You want to see if we're voting twice?
Okay, so, what's left, future insight?
Animal control, did you?
We did that.
You did that.
All right, future insight, make a motion that we do not fund them this year.
Second.
Question, why?
They haven't really been helpful, and they haven't been instrumental in a lot of seniors this year, as they have been in the past. My opinion, only my opinion. And we've had to call them to come collect the check that we've done the $500 each year. Have they collected it this year?
It's in the manifest tonight. I received an email
Okay.
request the other day.
If you look at their finances and look at the endowments that they have, they are worth
The
hundreds of
national
millions to
organization.
dollars.
Yes,
Hundreds of millions.
exactly.
And I can't see taking money out of the taxpayer's pocket where they have all this extra money.
And it's one of the organizations
We've
where
got a
they,
lot of people in town that are upset about their taxes. And I'm all for them, but I think they're a very healthy organization, and it's not right for us.
a couple of years ago, they were very, very instrumental in the seniors, and they did a phenomenal job with sight impaired folks. I haven't seen them or heard then.
Do we have a reduction in cited people, unsighted people?
They've gone through a major change in management, and I don't know if that's part of it.
I call the question.
Okay, so it was, the motion was to zero fund the future in sight.
All those in favor of the zero funding of future in sight, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Me,
So moved.
New beginnings, I didn't get a second on it, so. I made the motion. All right, Child and Family Services, I make a motion that we fund them to 3,000.
what was their request?
3,000.
Well, the budget committee asked for more information from them.
Did they?
What kind of information?
I thought you said Lakes Region Mental Health asked for more information.
No, with Switch Mental Health, I was letting you know that
Okay,
Belknap County for the first time in years has them
I'll withdraw my motion, let's wait.
both and they recommend.
Wait for Child and Family Services.
So there's 3 that we haven't voted on, correct?
Which would be New Beginnings, right?
Oh, make a motion, we fund alternative recreation for $1.
All those in favor
Oh,
say.
didn't have a
You need a
second?
second.
Oh,
So I'll second it for discussion.
Do we really need that line anymore?
We have Parks Community Center, Parks, Parks Committee, that's a form of recreation. We support the Pines, that's a form of recreation. 150th has asked to go to Tilton Events, that's a form of recreation.
That line was created as the potential way to fund a
150.
program in case the Pines went down the tube.
On Autumn Drive.
isn't there
Yes,
somewhere
you're right.
an account that we have that we're holding money for recreation that's been kind of just hanging there? And there was talk of possibly using that for something?
Well, the Parks Commission are the agents
Oh.
for two capital reserves. One's a revolving account, and then that has a little over $10,000 in it. And then the other is a capital reserve for improvements to parks, and that has substantially more money in it.
So, my question then, follow-up question, so if some special event came along where they wanted money, let's say for a football field or something like that, the parks could take money from that and apply it to it. We wouldn't have to go through alternative.
So I think the larger revolving fund is for recreational purposes,
Yeah.
for programs,
Yeah.
not for maintenance. The smaller fund is for maintenance. I think we've had that conversation. The larger fund cannot be used for maintenance purposes. It's to produce more recreational opportunities in the parks.
So we
So
could,
the answer to your question is, if we wanted alternative recreational opportunities, yes, that money
that
could be used for it.
by the parks as
Committee.
agents.
Parks Committee.
Okay. So, I'm good with, eliminating that line. So,
Good. There's one line out.
And if you don't do worse things, I won't care from that. But I'm pretty sure.
So, didn't we have a motion?
Conversation too many times.
Did we have a motion?
We did, got seconded.
is that a motion to
Take
eliminate
out
that?
alternative recreation, give it that to her.
No, I made a
Oh,
motion
the
first,
fund-
I'll withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw my second. Let's eliminate the line.
Yeah.
All right, so
That works.
without objection, I'll get rid of that. And then also partnership for public health.
Thank you.
Do you want to vote on culture, recreation, or any of those items? As I said, the Hall, Old Home Day, and Tilton 150 were approved by vote last
Culture and recreation?
night. Bottom of page 13.
Who didn't submit a financial or a request?
The concert series.
Summer concert
That was
series,
a
I asked.
request, but not a financial statement.
I've said this in the past, and can I say this one more time, just one more time so that the public can hear me? This town does not do enough on Memorial Day. We put $100 in here, we do not do enough for our veterans on Memorial Day. They auxiliary march down the road, there may be 20 people on the street, it's shameful. And pay tribute to a wreath, and put the wreath down, it's absolutely shameful. And there's
I agree with
half a
you.
dozen
Yeah.
people on the street,
We don't have a committee that,
they don't even announce it or anything, it's just shameful.
we don't have, well, maybe the events committee could morph into a parade Memorial Day.
We should do more, just,
I'll make a motion to approve the total culture and recreation budget for $168,236.
second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
No, there's no chance to look.
Where is it? It's your budget.
Well, I understand, but it's like we
Green committee,
flew through it, now we're gonna go right back and vote, so go ahead.
He's at the top of page 14.
No, I know. I was going through it, but we had to vote, so move on.
Well, we were in discussion, I asked, and
Oh.
nobody said discussion,
I see
so.
what you
Well,
Did that.
I didn't have a question, I'm trying to review. What do I say, timeout, I gotta review?
Yeah.
I don't think we actually talked about home
And we can
rule
go back to it.
$134.
We can
Oh, we can do it at town meeting, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we can.
And it's not our budget anyways, this is just default, so who cares?
We all have to work together on this, and if there is something, if somebody feels slighted that they needed more time, I have no problem going back. And we can
Oh,
discuss.
I wanna go home.
Yeah, but next week, and I wanna go home too.
Well, you do the
So-
marathon things, you get stupid.
We have a
So-
vote, we have a vote.
We have a vote, and it can be reconsidered, go to the next meeting, and, I mean, bring it to the next meeting, and we'll look at it again.
we still have to have a non-public, correct?
We're gonna work on that Cedar Street project
Cedar
perhaps.
Well, I don't think you want to announce the specifics of.
We already did earlier in the
So-
meeting, you weren't here, John. That's how come we need to talk about it.
Okay.
Run him while you can.
I was gonna say, if there's nothing else from me, I will.
Okay, well, we do selectmen's reports real quick, while we have somebody here. It's in the
Before we
audience.
jump out of the budget, do we want to talk about
Finishing it?
the stipends call?
Oh, yes.
Information?
Anybody want a chocolate chip cookie?
He's getting another drink.
Yeah.
No, thanks. So, a letter came from the Conservation Commission. I don't know if anybody else saw that.
Haven't
I
seen
believe it was Conservation Commission.
Do we have a letter from the Conservation Commission?
Yes,
We did?
Yeah,
from Chuck Mitchell, yes.
A letter?
Would you like it? An email.
email.
Oh,
So there were several emails back and forth about
Explaining.
stipends.
Yeah.
So, per state law, Conservation Commission can have 7 full members and two alternates, or 7 full members definitely. There was a request that one of the individuals who is an alternate be paid a full stipend. That was made by Chuck Mitchell to the board. I explained to him that per state law, there was 7 members, and the selectmen's policy is alternates do not get paid a stipend. There seems to be some disagreement as to whether there was people felt that this one alternate was a full member or not. So bottom line is, you can only pay 7 Conservation Commission members who are full members, and the alternates don't get paid a stipend. So as a board, and the request was made by Chuck. Initially, the request was if you stayed within the budget, and I sent you an email on this, if you stayed within the budget, the other members, he talked to the members to see if they'd be willing to reduce their amount of their stipend to include this 8th person. And I said that I would go back and talk to the selectmen about that, but the policy, this was the policy. I then received another email saying that he had reread the minutes and actually both alternates should receive, that the Conservation Commission had voted that both the alternates should receive a stipend. So instead of the 7 members, now 9 members would get a stipend. And I set, my response back was, okay, well, I will go back to the selectmen and bring that to them. So if you're staying within your budget, that would be about $311 per person of the 9 members. To which the response was, well, we have more than that in the budget, and each member, the 7 members and the 2 alternates, should each get the $400 stipend. Then there was a comment about the secretary should now be getting paid because the secretary wasn't getting paid.
No, the secretary has been.
And she has been paid.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. We've got, basically, you've got the chair of the Conservation Commission requesting the selectmen to pay all members, the alternates and the full members, a full stipend. You know something else?
Well, no, just that in your exception report, it lists all the people that have been paid, and because you had a policy already in place, we did already pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 Conservation Commission members. The checks went out yesterday, I imagine. So there were 7 paid already. So it's right in here. You can see all the board and commission members that were paid stipends.
So I'm gonna make this more complicated. I was made aware by the chair and the vice chair, so Kevin Helen, that one of the members that was signed on, and we signed the application. I saw the application. Unfortunately, when we signed it, it wasn't filled out, alternate or full member. So it was the member's understanding that she was being a full member. It was the vice chair's understanding that she was being sworn in as a full member. Evidently, in the spring, when it was time for everybody to sign up, one of the full members that had been there for a while hadn't come in and signed up, and it didn't look like they were going to, so they had this person sign up with us. And that's what I was told. And then there was an email from Chuck that said, yes, the understanding was that she had applied as a full member. So, lesson learned, we should not be signing these applications for committee members until they're completely filled out, because this one didn't have the term in it. It did, like I said, it did.
How would it get to us without being filled out?
Well, it did. And that's not the first one. It's happened before. They've come in that way. Because instead of going to the town clerk first to be filled out with that information, it comes to us first, and I think they're just trying to expedite it, and then it goes to the town clerk. But this is a perfect example of why we shouldn't be signing those till they're absolutely filled out. So, unfortunately, we have somebody that has served. My understanding is, and I looked at it quickly, but there was an email sent out for attendance, which is what we usually require for stipends. We give them out as per attendance. And, this person, I don't think anybody attended less than 80% of the meetings on that group. And if you look at this recommendation that we got, this is attorney-client privilege information. Never mind, it's attorney-client privilege information. Right?
I don't know what,
Or no, it can't be email, it can't be.
I don't know.
What is it?
what that is.
We're not mind readers in the black hole.
Well, I didn't know if it was non-public,
Oh, I see.
but it isn't even.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
it
know.
came by email, so it can't be. So Attorney Mark Roth responded, another approach would be for the body that appoints the members to these committees to establish an attendance requirement and to exclude individuals who do not meet them.
But I thought we had,
That was in relation to the question about prorating
Right.
stipends.
but I thought we were told by Labor Board we can't.
And in his first paragraph, he says you shouldn't do that.
Yes, except if you, so these stipends have never been associated with, I'm getting paid to go to a meeting. These stipends have always been for reimbursement for expenditures, for
Right.
motor vehicle, for whatever. Not to pay somebody to volunteer to go to a meeting. They're not employee related. I've talked to both the Federal Department of Labor and the State Department of Labor, and they said, well, those aren't employee related expenses.
But here's the way that I feel about this though.
I think Peter had his hand up, and I said
Sorry.
you next, and then Pat.
So do we have under policies and procedures a limit to different boards? Because first off, why would we want a board of 8? Because generally you go odd so that you don't have stalemates.
You
It
can't
can only be a
anyway.
board of 7.
Right,
There can only be 7.
so,
So I'm saying we made a mistake.
okay.
And my understanding from the most recent email that I got from the other member who had his papers not, that there had been a vote, that he had been renominated, that he was a full member.
Yeah.
So my understanding is there were 7 members when that 8th member
Right.
signed up and it did not show on the paperwork what that person would be recognized as a full member or alternate. I did also, and there, from the day I came in here, there seemed to be some confusion about who's in charge of that paperwork. I've heard a couple different stories, so I did track that down with the NHMA, and the selectmen are the appointing authority. So the paperwork gets filled out by this board, terms, and when they're reappointed, not by the clerk. So it would be the duty of the selectman's office to determine that information. It comes to the selectman first, then it goes to the clerk.
Right, but what I was saying, the reason the clerk came about is because she's the one who keeps those records of terms. So I probably should have said we get the information from her to complete the form before it comes here for our signature.
Is it my turn now, or is it after
Peter,
Peter now?
does that answer your question? Okay, Pat. I think that was the answer to Peter's question, so that's why other people thought. Pat.
I'm getting tired. Here's my take on this. You know, in the town of Tilton, how many years, after years, after years, this selectman, you and I have spent with no volunteers whatsoever. Here we have volunteers that come in and that sit diligently, whether they're a full member or whether they're an alternate. They sit and pay attention to the meeting, and they engage in the meeting, actively engage in the meeting. And if the full member person isn't there, they step up to the plate. And they have consistently have done that all year long. We have volunteers that are willing to do that. And we're kind of arguing and bickering about $400 a year. And I get that we're doing that, but last year or the year before, I can't remember what it is because I'm getting old, we put a policy on all alternates and alternates receiving stipends. And this is where this generated all this, well, we're not going to get it, we're not going to get it. There's somebody on the budget committee that hasn't shown up since he was elected. So, and he gets a stipend because he's an elected official. So, excuse me, we have to look at this. I say somebody's willing to volunteer in the town of Tilton and do their due diligence and actively work for a committee. And I don't care what committee it is. All of them are blessings to them. Thank you. And thank you for your service. And actively, if they're doing that, we can put a time on it. We can say 50% worked on it, they get a stipend. If they put more than 50% on it, less than 50%, they don't get a stipend. We can do that. We can put a qualification on that. Yes, the NHMA said
Okay,
they
responses are one at a time, please.
I'm still talking, so
I just want,
oh, you're talking to her.
I'm telling
Response.
everybody,
Remember that.
Oh,
I'm jumping in on you.
And I appreciate NHMA, but NHMA is not the our employment lawyer who gives us our advice. And our employment lawyer who gives us advice understands the Fair Labor Standards Act. And Tim and I both attended last year a workshop where it was made very clear to us that you couldn't do that, because then they would be considered employees.
So my response to that is, we have, how many committees do we have that actually have alternates? And how many people are we actually talking about in committees that would receive stipends? So how much money a year are we talking about that people want to volunteer and be a part of the community and volunteer? How many? Thank you.
Or an alternative might be, since this one's filled, we've got these others with openings. Maybe you should look and see if one of these might interest you, as a suggestion. That way they can get their stipend.
So I think we have several topics going on here.
Mhm.
Maybe I would like conservation and being green and everything like conservation does, than working on a budget. Just saying.
Do we have somebody in the audience kind of like,
Well, just from experience, I've been on 2 conservation commissions, one in Plastow, one in Northampton, New Hampshire. We were not paid anything. It was strictly volunteer, and we never had problems getting people to sign up. So I think, you know, that's $3,200 right there for 8 people, paying them $400 a year. I think it's wonderful that we're willing to pay people to volunteer, but are they volunteering because they want the 400, or are they volunteering because they truly believe in conservation? And would they still volunteer if the money wasn't there?
Yeah,
You know, I think our Conservation Commission would, they're really
their members have been there
dedicated
for over 20
to
years.
this community.
They're hardcore.
These are incredible volunteers, but
John?
I'm gonna let, anything else
well, I just wanted to, so we have,
on this topic?
yeah, we have a couple of topics going, so I think we should focus on one and then the other. So one is the issue of paying alternates. The other is, I believe we made a mistake. The Conservation Commission didn't know they could only be 7 members per RSA. So they functioned with this person. We signed the form without it being completely filled out. They understood that this is a full membership.
And maybe it was processed because the renewal didn't come through, so there was technically a vacancy, and this one filled it in because it came in ahead of the other. So does this new one bump the other one out because he was delinquent in getting the forms to us?
He got his forms filled out.
Yes, who's came in first?
I have one thing.
our stipends are for the calendar year. If we, seniors, we waited until September, October? When did we make this? October, this came out. After everybody had all volunteered or under the, for me, so they're gonna get a $400 stipend, whether they're doing it as a volunteer or what, but we said, and there was a budget that was approved for these departments to pay out this amount, and then right at the end of the year, we say, nah, we're not gonna do it. We already approved the budget for those stipends for that department, the Conservation Commission, correct? And
We didn't approve stipends for alternates.
and we're paying out the same amount?
Tim,
Yes.
we approved stipends, $2,800 for Conservation Commission for the $400 stipend.
Yes, and in
Okay.
fact,
So
they
that
have
was
been
approved.
paid in this payroll because that was in keeping with the selectmen's policy. And the selectmen's policy is very clear. It's signed by the board and states $400 per full member, alternates do not get paid. I was trying to find the date of that policy, but I believe even last year it was understood that alternates were not paid.
We removed the stipend for alternates last year
Right, so.
because we didn't have a policy in place.
But I did look up across, at least based on what our town clerk tax collector provides me, that I put on the web, because I list each and every seat in order as she does, and then list the alternates where they're listed on her sheets. It's just, mine is a lot easier to read, Cindy. But anyway, there are only 3 alternates listed on the entire boards and commission listing, 2 of which are for conservation, and 1 for zoning. There are only 3 people listed in those alternate spots across all the boards and commissions.
So 3 people.
That's what it says right now. That's what Cindy would have on hers.
I think going forward, we need to be much better about tracking this. It would seem to me that the chair of any committee would know what the RSA is or what the statute is or what they're allowed on a committee or commission. But for the selectman's office, we will be better about making sure those forms are filled out, that what is on the website is accurate, that we're communicating better, because I think that's clearly part of the problem, and going forward, we'll fix that. But at this point, as Tim said, you've paid out all the members,
Seven full members.
and across the board, everyone's received their stipend.
Then I make a motion, we pay that the alternate this time, and going forward, we'll fix it.
Second, the one that
Right,
thought they were
The
serving
error.
as a full member.
right, the error.
We
Just the one.
have a motion and a
Just
second.
that one.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? And
It's
Joe,
just the one that
you're-
they want.
No, he wants two. He wants them both. He wants them both to get a stipend.
Well, one
You get some-
clearly is a mistake, and that was your motion,
The
right?
one,
The one that was, that seems to be caught up in
yes,
our mistake. And that's what I would give a second to, that
Yes.
one.
the one that was the mistake.
No,
Okay.
I have a question. If somebody becomes a full member, and once they are made as a full member, that should receive a stipend, what happens if halfway through the year they resign and somebody else is put in their place as a full member? Now, both of those receive
No,
full stipends because you don't prorate it.
no, our practice, although there isn't a policy, but our practice has been whoever is in that seat at the end of the year. Because you often have people that are in the seat up through March elections, but then, are done with that position. So our practice, for as far back as I worked for the town, has been whoever's in place as of the time we authorize the stipends.
We need to put that on our policy. We really need to, and my discussion is that we really need to spend a little bit more time on this, because we found a lot of things that cause.
Leaks.
Yeah.
It really
there's
needs to
within-
be clarified
Yeah.
in detail.
Any more discussion on that, Joe? I see you.
You don't see my discussion here, I got only one thing to say.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna call the question, and the question, the motion was to pay the one stipend that was in question, due to the, what was it,
The error.
the error. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So the motion passed, 3-2.
Question. What happens in 2020?
We gotta get that.
We're gonna get it fixed. Jeannie's gonna work on it.
Well, they can only have 7 members, so they've got to do some decision-making right off.
That
It-
person is
exactly,
an
we're
alternate.
We're gonna get
They'll
this
have to
straightened
take
out.
care of it.
And like
That-
Jeannie said, going forward, we're gonna scrutinize these
But,
applications.
All-
my understanding is, though, if that was done in an error, that that person, the other person that belongs in that seat that was nominated for that seat is now the 7th member, and that other person that was in error is now the alternate.
If
And
they
that
wish to remain,
in-
that would be the case.
if they wish to remain, and that's the case, and in 2020, that person will not be receiving a stipend. Am I correct? Do we all agree on that?
Whomever the alternate is, you're right.
There are. So there's 7 members in the conservation, and they figure it out.
And
So,
you may
in the
want,
interest of time, we're gonna have to address this again later, so why don't we keep going? Okay, so the next thing, we're at Selectmen's reports. And Pat, you're first.
So I have 2 real quick things. One is the community service person that we had, we don't have, moved back to North Carolina. The other thing is, the board approved a month or so ago that we would do an award. Remember that for police officer, the end of the year, we would do like a community service type of.
oh, similar to the fire department?
Yeah,
Oh,
remember? And it's getting towards the end of the year. So, we gonna act on that, or,
Don't they do
I already
theirs in
have-
like the spring?
I already have one person in mind, so
should we,
I really like, from the Board of Selectmen.
you don't want to do this in conjunction with the chief, or?
Well, I mean, he's aware of it, but, and he totally is awesome about it, thinks it's awesome, but I think it needs to come from the Board of Selectmen.
When did we decide we were gonna do this?
About a month, Jeannie, couple months?
Really?
Yeah.
Was I here that night? All right, well, that explains why I don't recall.
Yes, you were, because then you asked me downstairs if we could name it in the name of someone that we knew, a community person. Something, something award. You were here.
I have absolutely no recollection.
I know we,
Tears up. right
Well,
there.
let's get something going.
up here, well, you have a question about,
Yeah, I would just suggest if we're gonna do it, I would hold it in the spring, summer, when the weather's nice, you'll get more people coming to attend. You do it in the middle of winter when it's 0 degrees out, I'm staying home next to my wood stove. I believe the fire department does theirs in the spring at some point, or early summer.
It was spring, I was at the.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
because I have a little broader, different types.
I got even a better idea.
Okay.
Town meeting. Just one award.
Okay,
Yeah, do the
that's
town,
fine.
Town meeting, everyone? That's even better. Okay,
then the townspeople can share in that.
got it. All right, and that's all I have.
Catherine, you're next.
I really don't have much, except, I would suggest, so for the first time, I actually looked at and examined and studied the mileage reports, and I would suggest that you all do so.
Mm-hmm.
This is very interesting. We have 40 miles of roads in this town. That's state roads, that's numbered state roads, that's class 2, that's everything. That's class 6 roads, 40 miles. But if you think of the mileage incurred on some of these cars, one of them was in 9 days, they would have had to have driven every single inch of road 11 times to rack up that mileage. There's one cruiser that is used amazingly extensively frontline. And I guess it's one with all the bells and whistles, and the others are hardly used at all. So, and if my understanding is correct, the mileage report was designed to spread the mileage over all the vehicles?
We balance out the front lines.
Right, so one front line,
Keep them all
In a month.
rate each at the same
so
rate.
here's one, in one of the front lines, from October 22nd to 11/26, had 136 miles on it.
Which one?
136, that's the 2014, whatever sedan, 14A.
The Fort. So who's it assigned to?
I have no idea.
Is it a fun-
The
Should be a sign.
2018, on the other hand,
Yeah?
that had, I didn't break it down, but that has 1,254 miles. The 2017 must be one with the bells and whistles, because that had 2,602 miles.
In a week?
No, in a month.
In a month.
And
Is
then,
that the end mark?
here's the other front line, this is the 2016, 943. So everybody must love that 2017. Is
Well, what you ought to do is put a GPS in and see what % of the miles are within Tilton and what are outside of Tilton.
Oh, well, I'm saying right now that it would be nice if they spread the mileage over those older machines, those older vehicles,
We
instead of
did
pounding them
request,
on
and
the newer ones.
the purpose of it was so that they all age up together
Equally.
and
Well, that's
not
not
just
happening.
end up with a whole bunch of vehicles with a high mileage.
So I'm suggesting you just take a look at it.
Take them out.
Didn't we,
I had a question. Sorry.
didn't we request on that mileage report a while back that we had, the difference between the weeks?
No. One thing, and I created this mileage report back, you might remember, about 8 years ago, and I had the full spreadsheet. Because I took the handwritten ones and I started creating a spreadsheet,
Mhm.
which got converted into something that they had to fill out.
Mhm.
One of the numbers that I put on there was number of miles driven since last report. So each week that you get it, you would see the number of miles driven, not have to go and find the other report and do the math. So it's pretty obvious, this one's getting that.
The gas usage report also tracks the mileage.
But it doesn't say how many miles driven since last.
No, well, you'd have to, you could just go to the last fill up and there's the mileage and you have to do the.
Well, you
I
have to do
haven't-
the math, but it
I
is,
haven't studied it as much
but
as I did the other.
just to let you know, it's a spreadsheet and it's a formula and it's quite simple that he could add that column in there,
Oh, wow.
you know, very simply, and add that to the report. So I'd like to request that that's added. is the
Well, I
mileage
suggest
since
you
last
look at
report.
the ones we have right now.
Are you looking at
Is
what their
everybody
total
else
miles
agree with
are,
that?
Catherine?
Does anybody else agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Is that okay to put that on the report?
The difference in the mileage? Yeah.
Well, somehow we have to, somehow, it's, I don't know if you noticed, but the reports we get are automatic. They get sent out automatically. So if you notice, we got a report, and then a week later, we got another report, and it was identical to the other report because none of the cars had gone in for service, so the mileage wasn't tracked.
That's not the method that's supposed to be done. Every week, on a
That's what I
certain
thought.
day, a specific police officer has given that his job is supposed to go out and record the vehicle's mileage of each vehicle and enter into that report.
That's what I thought. I
That's,
wasn't sure.
yeah. And I'm sure
It's
of
not
that.
being done. So good, thank you.
You know, give the chief a heads up and, the next thing, Catherine, is that it?
I'll have, thank you, Jeff.
And, Peter?
Okay, Saturday, this Saturday, December 7th, the annual Christmas parade. Formation starts at 3:30 at Union Sanborn School. Parade departs at 4. It'll stop and drop Santa off at Riverfront Park, where there'll be coffee, hot chocolate, and refreshments. Santa will be there, and sometime 6 o'clock or shortly thereafter, there'll be a fireworks display coming from the Northfield side across from Riverfront Park. My other thing is, seeing on Facebook, people are asking questions about helicopters, so all of you that are questioning, it's not criminals this time, it's Eversource running their power line corridors, checking for problems with growth and other stuff, so overheated lines and all sorts of stuff. So that's it for me.
Joe?
7:30 this Saturday, December 7th, at the Pines Community Center. They're having the annual Christmas breakfast. $6 for adults, less for the kiddies, all you can eat. And it's really a good time, good family time. Come on down. Commencing at 7:30 at Pines Community Center.
And, you guys covered pretty much everything else we've got there, but, hope everyone makes it to the parade. And, I saw the, Public Works were out decorating the trees and at the front of Town Hall, and that was, for Christmas. And, the signs were up for Brian Lawrence, and I hope everybody, works, diligently towards not taking up the, spots for longer than 30 minutes. And
He said it was pretty effective. I went in there the
Well,
other day, he did say
you know
it
what
was.
the ironic part I
Yeah.
thought? The Amazon van thinks it's great because they can pull up there and do the deliveries to
To the
the
store.
apartments. So, they're probably delivering hardware, right?
Jeez,
But, anyway,
guess we should have put it on the other side.
yeah. So anyway, that's, the next thing, Jeannie, do you have some?
Mr. Chairman, I know I'm not on the agenda, but there are a couple things since I'm here tonight, question. I had sent out an email to all the selectmen asking who was going to ride in the float. Can anyone tell me who plans to be on the float?
The selectmen, right? Yeah, I will be there.
I wouldn't miss it unless I was dead or in the
You'll be
hospital.
riding- So you'll be riding on the float?
You betcha.
The float or the truck, where we riding?
The truck,
Trailer, I
pulling
say
a
float,
trailer.
but it's the
The
truck
trailer
and
truck.
trailer.
Trailer.
So we've got John Scanlon, Peter Fogg, Joe Justman. That's it.
I may, but if the park commissioners need me somewhere, I won't,
Okay.
but I plan to.
And you're not riding?
I'm not able to.
Okay.
My hand freezes way too quickly. I'm just not able to this year.
In your folders, I gave you a copy of a grant application I wrote for a charrette,
Mm-hmm.
and I think in your to be signed box. So I hope everybody will support that. Great, thank you. And then just an update on timetable, Mabel. You did approve the cost for the legal expense to get the transfer, all the paperwork that needs to be done to get that piece of, those 2 pieces of property over to the town. The second estimate that I was waiting for that I now have was for the bronze plaque that the family had requested as part of the transfer, approximately $800 for that. So.
800, you said?
800. So that's my request to you, can you approve that? Once you do that, then I can get moving on this.
So moved.
And so seconded, so discussion, are we paying that out of this year's funds?
I don't,
Can we spend next year's funds this year?
I said this year's funds.
No, we can't spend next year's funds.
well,
Not to March technically, but.
Encumber.
the conversation that I had with the attorney was I wanted to try to get this done by town meeting.
Can we get a contract with them and pay it now?
We
We
can
just don't want to
order,
raise and appropriate any
Sure.
money if we
you
don't
can
have to.
order it.
If
Yes.
we've already raised and appropriated it, let's spend it. It's not raised and appropriated.
So the short answer is no, we haven't, because this, I have been trying to get.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, can we before the end of the month?
Yes, is there something? Yes,
Something
I'll
we
talk to
And then-
Tim about that.
The
In fact, I
the
already.
flag too?
Yep,
Okay, good.
yes, okay. So,
Mr. Chair.
So we'll vote on that. You had the motion,
And Catherine second.
Catherine second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimously approved.
so you only have, I don't know if you want to do this tonight or not, but Cedar Street.
Other business, and I'm gonna bring up a topic that keeps going here, keeps growing. Tree on the island, we've got the island shut down. It's a beautiful time of the year for lights and all that. People go out there in the gazebos and all that. What are we gonna do? It's just sitting there, and I'll remind everybody that we've had some terrible windstorms and rain and ice, and not a single limb has fallen off that tree, and I strongly request that we just get it pruned this year. And get the island back open. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna keep the island closed, not for Christmas?
When's the contractor coming in to remove the tree?
Anytime now, right?
Yeah, anytime now. I got, we got a letter or a contract from him the other day saying that he had worked out with the folks, the business on the other side. I don't know what the name of that company is, but.
Used to be Arwoods, but yeah.
He asked, he's been trying to figure out the safest way to do it, so he asked if he could use their parking lot as staging for his crane, so that he could reach over and take it, so he wouldn't have to disrupt traffic on Route 3. And he let me know that he got that approved. So my expectation is that it's gonna happen any day now. That's what he was ready to go until he started looking at how is he logistically safely gonna do it, and now he's got that approval. And he has talked to Northfield about it as well.
I actually heard that conversation on their tape, and I quote, "I'll get there when I get there."
He said that?
He's busy. It's not like, but when is it gonna happen? That was a question from the selectmen over there, and it's like, I get there when I get there.
So in the future, maybe what we do is on these, we put in a completion date, and then with that, we can put in damages if you're gonna go past it.
Have a contract?
Huh?
You mean sign a contract with them?
Well, put it in your RFP too, so you put them on notice. It needs to be done X amount of days or so.
So I'm happy to reach out to him and ask him to give us a definitive date, if that's what you want.
We usually close the island in the week anyway.
Just letting you know, if you just wanna get it pruned, I'll pay the money for the $600 that we had for an estimate to get it pruned out of my own pocket and see if the tree does live like it has been over the past 100 years. Just getting pruned, for the record.
Audience member.
Good comment.
Well, with that offer, you also sign on sole liability if it falls over and it hurts somebody, and you take that burden on for the town. I mean,
You know-
John, come on.
No, let's face it, fear mongers. Tree, look at trees everywhere.
You got a couple dead branches, also somebody says, it's a widow maker. Let's cut it down. It's been there for 100 years. Charles Tilton himself planted that tree there. It's got some dead branches on it. You look at the oldest pictures of that island, and that tree's a sapling on there. It's got some dead branches, all of a sudden everybody said, somebody's gonna die, somebody's gonna get sued, cut it down. Cut it off flush, get rid of it. It's a living tree, it's healthy, it has some dead branches, and if that tree was in your front yard, you wouldn't say cut the whole thing down. Bad subject for me. Don't get me going.
I just
Here.
wanna say that I would cut the tree down if it was in my yard.
I believe the opinion of a master arborist in
Logger.
the state. No, master arborist.
Logger.
I'm not talking a logger. I am talking Tim Berquist from Chippers. Master arborist, not a forester, Bob Hardy. There's a difference. Arborists work with saving trees. Foresters work with harvesting trees.
He's the one who was hired to cut the thing down for $6,000 and profit another $1,200 with the lumber from it. Chippers originally, we were looking at him.
I don't think you're gonna get much lumber out of a half-rotten tree. Well, unless you want the ponderosa pine look.
Well, you know, it's half rotten. Let's
I
just
think
go on.
We just
We
need
can
to
move
move
forward.
on. I have
Everybody
no-
knows how I feel.
I have absolutely no expertise in this field. That's why we went out to the expertise on this.
Yeah, the cutters.
Well, I'm sorry, John, I know how passionate you are about this, and I'd love to help you, but I don't have expertise, and I'm not going to assume the
You got
liability.
2 other dead trees on that island. Dead.
They need to come down too.
Dead. Nobody even, everybody's ignoring those. They're dead right to the stump.
One of them is supposed to come down with this tree. At least
Well, now
one.
that you've made us aware of them, we need to have them looked at.
Well, one of them's supposed to come down as part of this process.
Now for the rest of the story. Other business.
Thanks, Steve.
You started it.
So are we gonna continue or are we ending now?
We're going into non-public.
Good, so we'll be done, what, 10 o'clock? Gonna be a good discussion now.
My chicken's mad at me already.
The chickens, where do the
Okay,
chickens
so
go?
Be home sorry, Lord, shortly. Oh, did I say something?
I'm gonna make a motion to go into non-public per RSA 91A:3, paragraph 2. Is that a C? Yeah, C would be matters which should discuss in public would likely adversely the reputation of a person other than a member of the body or the agency itself, unless such a person requests an open meeting, this exemption shall extend to an application for assistance, tax abatement, waiver of fee, or by other levy based on inability to pay or poverty of the applicant. Roll call vote.
Constantino, yes.
Second, Fogg, yes.
Jessamine, yes.
You're welcome.
Is that a scam on yes?
Scanlon, yes.
We are red. Red is Rev and Ron. At this time, I would like to make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session until such time as the matter is resolved.
All those.
Second.
Second.
I'm out of here. I'm sorry.
Why do you think I don't wanna be here after 9?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
See you at the parade.
Aye.
These minutes
Aye.
that we seal until
Aye.
that is resolved.
So moved,
that when it's
adjourned.
Resolved.
Heard the story.
Yeah, every, like, once a month I ask you.
Oh, good, good.
Jeannie, when you talk
Done.
to DES,